order. I guess, Albert, do you mind giving the invocation? And then Mike, do you mind doing the pledge after that?
Thank you. Let us bow. Father, we bow before you. Thank you for this day, this gathering, for watching over our community. Now, Father, we ask you to bless us at this meeting, that we do the things you find pleasing in your sight for the betterment of the community. Thank you for where you brought us from and where you lead us to. We ask in your Son Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mary Ann, we have roll call.
Yes, sir. Vice Chair Morrell.
Here.
Mr. Purrier.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilman Fan. Mr. Strouder.
Present.
Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Mr. Hamilton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Secretary, have prior minutes for approval.
I do, Mr. Chairman. We have the minutes from the December 1st, 2025 Planning Commission work session meeting and the December 15th meeting and the January 5th, 2026 Planning Commission work session meeting. And I make a motion that we approve without any changes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second by Mr. Strawther. Any discussion on these minutes? Obviously, Mary Ann Tanner was not present for any of those meetings, so it may be worth noting that. Okay? All right, all those in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so it passes unanimously. Next, we will move into the election of officers.
Mr. Chair, do you also want to introduce Tanner Hamilton?
Yes, I can. So tonight we have a new member of our planning commission with us, Tanner Hamilton, correct? Yes, so Tanner, not sure if you want to say a few words, but we're happy to have you and look forward to your expertise being on the commission.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. I'm Tanner Hamilton. I'm a real estate attorney and am excited to be involved in the city of Gallatin.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there any discussion before we make a motion for officers?
May I add to your resume with what it is you teach? Do you care?
Absolutely.
He also teaches land use at the University of Tennessee School of Law. So I think that was one of the things that I found compelling that I thought would make him a great asset to this body, and appreciate his service
Absolutely.
as other people fall away. So.
Yes, that will definitely come in handy for sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I may make a motion, I make a motion that C.J. Morrell serve as chairman of this body.
Second.
Okay. Mary Ann, remind me, historically, have we done these separately or all at once?
You can, or you can do everything at once. It's up to you.
Okay. Can I add to that motion? And I will make a motion that Mr. John Purrier be vice chair and Tanner Hamilton be secretary.
Are you seconding and amending that?
Yes.
I'll second.
I'll second your amendment. Oh,
Okay.
you second. Mike seconded your amendment.
Okay. So we are voting for myself to be chair, John Purrier to be vice chair, and Tanner Hamilton to be secretary. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Do we need to move seats? Or are we good?
What?
We don't need to move seats, do we? Okay. All right, cool. Okay, next, we will move into our next item on the agenda is public comment on agenda-related items. For those of y'all in attendance that are here to speak on a particular item, those items in the agenda that are listed and show a public hearing item under the agenda item, you will have an opportunity to speak at that time. But for any other agenda-related item at this time, if you so wish, you can come forward and speak. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Allison Turner. My address is 1289 Lot 4 Road, Gallatin, Tennessee. And I'm here to speak in general about sidewalks because it addresses a couple of issues on the Planning Commission coming forward. And I wanted to do it personally, not as the engineer representing said items, because this is more of a general comment. I live on Lot 4 Road. We have the townhome development adjacent to the marina, which has been put in, and there's been sidewalks added most recently and as an engineer, I know we have to place sidewalks and roadways to the property line. There is a situation there where the sidewalk is placed to the property line, and it goes to the property line, I think about 3, 4, 5 feet off of the edge of pavement, and then drops off about 2 feet to the ground. So I know we want to get sidewalks places, but we need to use some common sense about where those sidewalks occur. That sidewalk is sitting adjacent to the marina, so that one actually makes some sense. It could connect on down to the marina at some point. Other places, they're not going to make so much sense because the properties adjacent to them are already developed. They're not going to change hands for years to come. It would make sense to me that we utilize those dollars to better spend. I know we've gone away from in lieu of, but I think it makes so much more sense than having these piecemeal little sidewalks all over town that don't connect to anything and won't connect for years. And by the time they do connect, they'll be so deteriorated that they'll have to be replaced anyway, or that we will upgrade those roadways to connect to those sidewalks. Additionally, we're asking property owners to dedicate right-of-way to put those sidewalks in easements. We're not dedicating right-of-way, but we're having to dedicate easements for them, which is the same thing. It's still a taking. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like a wise use of dollars that we could get more bang out of our buck putting somewhere where they're actually useful. And the city could do a much better, more efficient job of putting in wider areas of sidewalks as opposed to individual little strips here and there. That's my comments. I see it happen a lot, and just hoping that we can find some common ground to make this work out a little better for our city and for our residents. Because I'm all about loving sidewalks, because I live on Lot 4. We don't walk on it anymore. We don't ride our bikes on it anymore like we did, John, when we were kids. So it would just be nice to make some more sense out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on agenda-related items? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment on agenda-related items, and we will move into our consent agenda. Staff, can you remind me, I believe there was an item on the consent agenda that needed to be removed?
Yes, we would like to remove item number 4 and move it to after item number 20.
Okay, so we will discuss that. Is there any member from the commission wishing to remove anything else on the consent agenda or have comments on the consent agenda? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items with the exception of item number 4.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that would, just for clarification, John, that would move agenda item number 4 to after item 20.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so items 1, 2, 3, and 5 pass unanimously, and item 4 goes to after item number 20. Next, we will move into our regular agenda, and this will be item number 6. Charlie.
Good evening, Commissioners. Charlie Pieri, Staff Planner. The owner applicant requests approval of a site plan for a 720 square foot accessory structure with alternative architecture on a 1.05 acre lot. This is part of the Jacob Heights subdivision, lot number 3. This property is zoned as R20, low density residential, located at 623 Jefferson Avenue. The applicant proposes to build a detached garage accessory structure with some metal architecture. The metal is not an approved material in our zoning ordinance, which is why it is before this body. Staff recommends denial of this because it doesn't meet the architecture requirements. However, should this body vote to approve this proposal, staff does have one condition.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a representative from the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Anthony Bruno. I live at 623 Jefferson Avenue. And I propose to build a metal building, could paint it the same color as my house. The neighborhood is 70 years old. They don't make the brick
Yeah.
that my house was built. So, and this structure sits behind the house. You cannot see it from the street. You can't see it from pretty much anywhere except for my yard.
Okay. And then, Charlie, you mentioned, are there other similar structures like this in the neighborhood?
We had some pictures that were shown at the work session.
Okay, awesome. Before we move into additional questions for him, engineering, this doesn't trigger any stormwater or anything like that, does it?
No, I believe the size of this is 720 square feet, and part of it is on an existing impervious
Okay.
area, so it doesn't meet the trigger.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
No, we went through this in planning session. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve with the one condition.
Okay,
I'll second.
second, we have a motion and a second, and this is to approve the architecture as submitted. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Next, we will move to item number 7, 161 Rockwood Terrace Pole Barn. Charlie, is this you again?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This owner and applicant requests approval of a site plan to construct a 28 by 56-foot pole barn with alternative architecture. This is on 2.32 acres in the Rockwood Terrace subdivision, lot number 13. This property is zoned as R15, low-density residential, located at 161 Rockwood Terrace. Again, same scenario here. The applicant is proposing to add another detached garage with alternative architecture. They are adding some additional impervious area to the site as well, so there will be some stormwater measures that will need to be taken care of. We have the proposed architecture and materials for this thing as a whole, again, metal. Staff recommends denial of this resolution as well because it doesn't meet the zoning ordinance requirement. However, if this body does move to approve this proposal, there are 2 conditions.
Okay. And I believe this was another one that there was similar structures, correct, Charlie?
Correct.
And then engineering, do you have anything to add?
They are adding more than 800 square feet, so they would be required to meet the water quality requirements. They could do a rain garden or enhanced landscaping.
Okay. Is there a representative from the applicant present? Yes, sir.
Hi there, Brian Westerman, 161 Rockwood Terrace.
Okay. And you understand the comments that engineering has placed regarding the stormwater?
Yep, do absolutely. Installing gutters and very concerned about that as well for that side. Right now, it's a perfectly flat spot, so we'll just continue that back.
Okay. Awesome. Yes,
Only had one question on this. I think it's fine, but this is a larger structure than what we just looked at a minute ago. This is like 1,600 square feet. Is that about right?
Yep, just showing it, sir.
What is the size of the main structure, the main house?
1,600 square feet, and so we knocked it. We made sure we were below the square footage of the house. It's as far as I could go up to it, but it's below.
Okay. I had recalled that it can't exceed the main structure.
Good question. Any other questions or comments?
Move for approval with the conditions.
We have a motion for approval with conditions from Albert.
Second.
We have a second from John. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to item number 8, Gregory Roundtree rezoning.
Good evening, Kimberly Atlee, staff planner. The owner applicant requests approval for a zone of 325 plus minus acres to IR Industrial Restrictive District. Property is located south of Highway 31 East and north of Gatewood Drive. The property is currently unzoned and vacant. City Council approved the comprehensive plan amendment this month to establish the character area as a general urban and expand the number 4 Gallatin Gateway Industrial Center sub-area. No plans have been submitted at this time. The zone request will go forward to the City Council for final approval. There were no conditions, and the planning staff recommends approval of the resolution 2026-002.
Okay. Is there anything engineering would like to add?
Nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Is there a representative from the applicant present?
Allison Turner with Greenwood Design. Happy to answer any questions. It's pretty straightforward, just trying to get the zoning in place and working with staff on doing that.
Okay, before we go to additional, I forgot to do something. We are supposed to have a public hearing on this item. So at this time, I'll open up a public hearing on item number 8. Yes, ma'am.
Rosemary Bass, Economic Development Agency, right across the hall in City Hall. I don't know if y'all are completely aware of the conversations that have been had about this property at the city council level. The city council, a majority approved the annexation with the promise that the property would be rezoned to industrial restricted. So that is what the council is hoping you will do. That is certainly what I am hoping you will do. And we already have a plan to address the resident concerns on Roundtree. And the last time they spoke, and there may be people here tonight, I don't know, their big concerns were buffering and traffic. So again, we have plans to address those. I can give you more details if you like, but I do hope that you will vote in favor of this because that is what the property owner and the council are anticipating and hoping you will do.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And then I will call for the representative of the applicant back up.
Yes, sir.
Are there any, this is very much in line with everything we've seen up to this point. I don't necessarily have any other questions or comments. Is there anything else from the commission? Seeing none, go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by the mayor. I will second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Okay, next we'll move to item number 9, Savannah Marketplace rezoning with amended preliminary master development plan.
All right.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Carpenter, staff planner. The owner and applicant request the Planning Commission recommend approval to the Gallatin City Council of a resolution to rezone 13.85 plus or minus acres from the PGC Plan General Commercial Zone District to the MU Mixed Use Zone District with an amended PMDP for Savannah Marketplace phases 4 and 5. So this is the previously approved PMDP. If you remember, this had Connect 55 by Calamar, the over 55 assisted living facility here. And then really no plans since I've been with the city have come in for this property. Currently, they have a temporary parking situation for the Phase 4 restaurants there currently. So they're asking to rezone this from PGC, Plan General Commercial, to MU with a plan for 96 single-family homes and 60 residential units and 20,000 square feet of commercial space in the 2 mixed-use buildings here to Plan Northeast. The full breakdown of uses and units and users will be submitted with the FMDP for this. They are asking for a few exceptions, including lot size, lot width, side yard setback, side yard PUDEs will be a thing with this with the plats, and buffer yard widths as well. The applicant also requests, let's see, so here's the architecture for the single family detached homes, and then the architecture for the mixed use buildings. The mixed use will require a height exception. However, there is language in the Savannah Marketplace Master Development Plan to allow for a height exception based on feet setback from streets. due to the rezoning for this, obviously this will go to City Council. This is a major amendment to the Savannah Marketplace Master Development Plan. Staff still has concerns based on that final use breakdown, unit type, those sort of things in regards to the parking and private streets for this development. However, staff is recommending approval with 15 conditions.
Thanks, Jim. Anything from engineering?
One of the conditions that we had was just that properties that are developed within Savannah Marketplace would be subject to a pro rata contribution to the Gordon Crossing signal.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. At this point, obviously, with this being a rezone, this comes with a public hearing. At this point, I will open up a public hearing for anyone wishing to speak on agenda item number 9. Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name and address.
Hello, my name's David Harden. I live at 2183 Gordon Crossing in Gallatin, Tennessee. I've been there 5 years now, and pulling out on the Gallatin Road out of Gordon Crossing is extremely dangerous, and I know we're getting a light at some point. I see the Starbucks and the ML Rose entrances to those parking lots are 90-degree turns right now. And you're in a 50-mile-an-hour zone, so we're making a hard right, a hard 90 into each one of those driveways. It's extremely dangerous pulling in and out. So when I see this number of homes and this many cars pulling out, potentially using the Starbucks entrance and the other restaurant entrance, I see a very high risk, especially with the speed limit being 50. I would ask, I don't know if it's possible to get that speed limit lowered down to 35, 30, but this is, in my mind, is too many residential houses pulling out into a 50-mile-an-hour street. I think it's extremely dangerous. And if they want to come out to the end of Gordon Crossings and use that new traffic light that we're getting, that might make sense. But I don't know how the citizens in my neighborhood are going to feel about that much traffic being fed into that. This is prime real estate for this area, the very prime real estate, and this seems like a shortcut, easy fix to, not really pushing for what the original intent was. So in my mind, it's not suitable property for that many homes. So that's my theory. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and call for a representative from the applicant.
Hi, good evening. My name is Greg Gamble. I'm representing the applicant, and I'm here tonight with Randy Hoffman. If you'll have any questions for us, we have reviewed staff comments and conditions of approval, and we are in agreement.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
I'd like to, what is the signal projection on that, Aaron? Do you know?
So based on TDOT's last count, they said it was not warranted, but they did take those counts, I believe, before the ML rose, and it was getting close with that. So we are saying that the signal is warranted.
I thought they were getting another one. I thought we would have that by now. Is there a right turn lane into that development?
Into where like the ML rose is, there's not a dedicated right turn lane at this time.
That's something that you think is needed, or?
So I believe on here, we did ask for an update to the traffic impact study prior to the FMDP, and that was one of the things that we had asked if they could take a look at for the need for a right turn lane into those driveways.
And then just for the success of those retail on the front side, was probably my biggest concern with switching this to this kind of development is that you're losing parking and you're going to have a street behind that development that's lined with cars when they're heavily busy. And I don't know about the width of that street and how that accommodates that, because I've been over there plenty of times where there's nowhere to park and everybody's parking back behind there.
I'll just address that our parking count is higher than what would be required if this were just standalone residential.
For this development potentially, but what I'm concerned, I mean, I know, you know, when you did the front development, you didn't, I think, anticipate the popularity of the establishments that are there, and I know that, I think every time I've been there, those parking lots have been full, and there's been probably employees parking in the back, and I just don't know what that's going to do to those businesses.
And that's why with the mixed-use building that we're proposing, with the parking that's in front and then the parking that's also dedicated to it in the back, has additional parking that will help to, we're putting it strategically in the right location in the plan where that overflow parking needs to take place.
I know that the idea is to provide affordable housing, but I wish in that area that it did look better.
But, and you, y'all agree with the condition to update the traffic impact study?
Yes.
Do you know when we would have that? But obviously before the FMDP gets submitted, that would be submitted to engineering.
Probably be a few months from now as we continue through this process.
Okay.
Would that create the warrant that would then compel that to happen, that signal to happen? And if we
Well,
don't have documentation for it?
TIS wouldn't necessarily, they would have to, the warrant would have to come from TDOT as
Oh,
well.
I see. Yeah, this is just specific, sorry.
And then as far as the contribution to the traffic light, we're in agreement with that as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Aware of it.
Any other questions or comments? I mean, the only comment that I'll make is I appreciate the attempt to include some commercial space in this. I know that this particular area, especially in the back of everything with the vertical elevation off the road, is a little bit difficult from a commercial development standpoint. But I do appreciate you including that in the overall plan. John, you have anything?
No, I was just trying to remember. Could we look at the plan? Could we go back to the page that shows the plan? My memory's not that good. Did we ask for additional parking? Wasn't there one particular area? You have. Wait a minute. Have you above this?
Yeah. So from what it sounds like, what we had discussed in the work session is we were asking for as much additional parking as they could provide. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but the parking lot out in front of the mixed-use buildings in the top right have additional parking.
Yes, it's bigger than the gravel area that's there today. Plus, there's additional parking behind, and then we have alongside the park an additional parking lot there.
Is that I'm trying to remember what's different between this image and the one we saw previously. Go back to the screen. Is that a new row of parking spaces center of the plan at the bottom of what I'm going to call vertical buildings on the page, the road that's
We were able to
perpendicular
add a
national
few parking spaces there, yes.
Okay.
And our
Yeah, that's a better way to ask the question. What's different between this plan and the one we saw before?
that's probably the biggest difference, those parking spaces.
Okay. No, I have no other questions then.
Okay.
How many parking spaces were added between the two plans?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Give me a
that's okay.
second, I can probably look and figure that out.
Also, part of the design of the building for those mixed-use buildings includes parking underneath, I believe.
Under the backside?
On the backside, you can access some garage doors, I believe, per at least the design that I remember seeing. Oh, and it does show a note on that plan. You can see it on the screen if you look close. It says garages and has a couple arrows to it.
So for the single-family detached homes, we're providing a total of 224 parking spaces for 96. And for the mixed-use building, we have a total of 127 parking spaces. And as mentioned, depending upon the specific use, it may require more or less parking. If it is a coffee shop, it's going to require more parking than if it's a health facility or a retail store. So we will know and be governed by our parking spaces as we move forward to final plans for the architecture, the site plan, the FMDP. And so that's why it was mentioned earlier. Not exactly sure that they're 100% dialed in as far as parking spaces with the preliminary, but we know that we have limitations going forward to the final, that we just can't simply exceed more parking spaces, more square footage or uses that would demand more parking.
Thank you.
Sure. And those numbers do not include the parking lot next to the lake and the park area that is shown on the master plan as well. That's additional extra parking.
And that's roughly what, 30 spaces? 36 spaces?
About 30 parking spaces.
Okay.
Brian, do we need to vote on a major amendment first, or has that already been decided?
Because it's a rezoning, it's inherently a major amendment, so it'll automatically go to city council.
Got it.
Can you pull the conditions up again? I think they were split. And you agree with condition 6 with the 70% brick or stone?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know historically we've done, I guess, alternative architecture as well, but okay, so we're in agreement with that.
If you're looking for a motion, I'll make a motion to approve with staff's 15 conditions.
Okay? We have a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion in a second?
I don't mind supporting moving it forward to council, but I don't really love the change. I also get the purpose, so.
Yeah.
Can you speak up a little on that? I don't know that Mike caught you on what you were saying.
Mary Ann did.
She's right next to you.
She's the
I
most
said, I don't mind
important
supporting moving it forward to council. I don't love it. I'd like to see some better development there, but I also understand what they're trying to do with the affordable housing, and I can't say that's terrible, but I have some assurance with, figuring out what that warrant study is from TDOT and then their impact study. And I am concerned about that road width and parking on that road moving forward. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more discussion, we have a motion on the floor with a second. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Next, we will go to item number 10. This will be Wellspring Commons rezoning with preliminary master development plan.
Yes, the owner and applicant request the Planning Commission to recommend to City Council to rezone 11.12 acres from the R15 Medium Density Residential District and 3.48 acres from the MRO Multiple Residential and Office District to the PGC District, Planned General Commercial, with a preliminary master development plan for Wellspring Commons. Commercial development on a 14.6 acres. This is located east of Highway 109 and south of Highway 25. The development includes 5 lots with visibility from Highway 109 and roadway access via a backage road. Proposed uses include a convenience store with gas pumps, quick service restaurant, coffee shop, retail center, and pharmacy with associated parking and stormwater management areas. The owner and applicant also request approval of a conceptual alternative architectural plan. They did provide exhibits and a pattern book for you. The quick service restaurant and coffee shop architecture proposes an exterior with a mix of materials, with 50% of the facade constructed of masonry and the remaining 50% utilizing an alternative material for architectural variety. The convenience store, retail center, and pharmacy are committed to meeting the 70% brick stone requirement. All of the proposed construction will focus on a neutral color palette and harmonious aesthetic to adjacent areas. Parking layouts are provided, and an alternative landscaping plan for the buffer yards will also be further evaluated with each final master development plan that comes in for this development, and when this is considered for City Council. This rezoning with a preliminary master development plan will require a formal public comment and will go to City Council with Planning Commission's recommendation. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jillian. Any feedback or extra comments from engineering?
Sure. So with this just being a PMDP, they were not required to do a traffic impact study, but given the size of this development and the trips it was going to generate, there is a requirement for the traffic impact study to be approved prior to the voting FMDP meeting. And so we have our typical condition of approval on there of off-site improvements that are required based on the approved traffic impact study will need to be reflected on this. And then they are showing a right-in, right-out connection to Red River Road, and that will be subject to TDOT approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Aaron. At this time, we will open up a public hearing for anyone wishing to speak on agenda item number 10. And I will add, should have mentioned this earlier, if you would please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, to be appreciated.
Kyle Ring, 153 Summerlin. So, not shown on here, but if you're looking at it coming off of Wedgwood, there's also 3 other parcels. I believe they're going to go townhome, if I remember correctly. May not be decided, but the issue we've had there is just with traffic flow. But then again, you're also going to put a gas station, which is historically going to lower property values anywhere from 5 to 15%. You're also going to add insurance hikes for anything within 300 feet of the gas station from anywhere from 10 to 15%. So my concern isn't with necessarily what we're doing. I would prefer residential, obviously, but if we need commercial, I get it. I just feel like the gas station's ill-placed more than anything. I feel like it would make a lot more sense off of Red River, especially with traffic concerns. I'm not sure how many of you have tried to get off of 109 onto Wedgwood. Even if you're not going 55 miles an hour, it's not exactly the safest. I do it daily, doesn't bother me, but my son refuses to, and he's 16 years old. He goes up to Red River and turns down because he feels like he's gonna get rear-ended. So the point I'm making is you have an on-ramp that's just down the street coming up to then an off-ramp right to a gas station. We've already have traffic concerns in a residential area. You're then going to inflame it by adding higher density, turning off and then turn back up into the gas station. So I just feel like the whole plan needs to be reworked if you're going to have the gas station there. I also think it's a little weird pulling it away from Nexus if you're going to have your main commercial hub be across Red River and then moving a gas station away from it. That doesn't really entice revenue building for a gas station. So I just think, I don't mind the plan. I think it's okay. I don't like the gas station. I think the gas station's completely ill-placed for the traffic flow that you're trying to assume. Also impacting the citizens that live there, and it's currently residential, and bringing in potential crime that the gas stations kind of, bring around, but also the insurance increases that we will be absorbing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Bahalik. I live at 321 Winston Way. I also would be looking at this development. Don't understand several things about it. For my neighbor here who comes in and out of Wedgwood every day, it's getting almost impossible to get in and out of that subdivision at certain times in the day. The egress onto 109 from 3 to 86 in the afternoon, especially on Fridays, the traffic will back up from 25 all the way to our subdivision. And they've even put flashing signs warning people of the stop on 25, which is over a quarter mile away, and they still have backups and accidents. The other thing that I really want to ask this board is, why are we doing this? Within 5 minutes of this area, we have 4 gas stations. We have multiple coffee shops. We have pharmacies. We have retail with pharmacies. All the things that they're putting in here as great parts of this development are unnecessary in this part of our community. Nexus is just down the road, and they're talking about Target and Publix and all these other things. Why not just move this down there and leave this residential? It would make much more sense from a traffic flow standpoint, from a safety standpoint, and just from the neighborhood. One of the reasons why most of these people moved there was because it's 68 houses. And even if there were another 68 across the street, it would still be a lot smaller than the 3, 4, 5,000s that they're putting in other parts of the area. So as far as we're concerned, my question is, are we failing to plan or planning to fail when it comes to looking at usage like this? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Sevier. I live at 249 Summerlin Drive. My house is right behind the gas station. And we moved there in 2024, the end of it. We moved from Lebanon. We're from Carthage originally, and Gallatin was like the perfect mix of a small town and a city. And it's nice, it's beautiful here. Everybody's been welcoming, but we were told this was zoned residential when we moved here, or we wouldn't have agreed to move here. Besides the things everybody's already mentioned, like trying to turn into our neighborhood, if you've gone through there, you know that the ramp coming onto 109 from Kroger immediately backs up to the ramp or the exit, the turning lane to go into our neighborhood there. And adding more traffic to that is only going to make it worse for all of us, and we don't have a traffic light there. But besides the traffic, and there's the increase in crime. There is an average of 5.7 crimes increased with a gas station being put in a neighborhood like this. And those crimes increase at night as well. And I mean, there's kids. We have lots of kids in our neighborhood. And other neighbors right up next to it that have small children that don't want this crime in their backyard. But also, besides the crime and besides the traffic, there's the environmental risk that this proposes. If there is an average of 4,150 to 5,000 gas station fires annually in the U.S., causing roughly 30 million direct property damage. There's also the risk of the underground leakage and what it could do to the homes in the area. And personally, I don't want that in my backyard. And it's also going to, as others have stated, increase our homeowners insurance, especially mine. I am right behind that. That road, the Wedgwood Drive, I'm right behind that. I don't want this in my backyard. And it needs to stay residential. As also, another point I almost forgot. There are 28 gas stations within 10 minutes of this location. Half of those are within 5 minutes of this location. 2 of those are within 2 minutes of this location. I don't see how we can get any more convenient than that. This is unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ellie Roberts. I live at 253 Summerlin Drive. I moved up here in October of 2024 with my husband, and we have slowly started building our life together in our new home.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you be closer to the mic, because I can't.
You're good. Did you hear any of that?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
You did?
Keep going.
Okay. We are now pregnant with my first child, due any day now, and it is very unpleasant to know that there's going to be a gas station behind my backyard, literally right there. I back Wedgwood. Sorry, I'm out of breath, guys. Sorry. I agree with a lot of my neighbors that coming out of Wedgwood Drive is extremely dangerous. I mean, I could be sitting there waiting forever to even cross the 109. And not to mention, once you get across halfway, the backup from 386 at all times of day is extremely dangerous. I mean, it makes my work commute, like I could be there it could take me 30, 40 minutes to get to my work, just when it should really realistically take me about 10 minutes. But my biggest concern is the gas station and the crime it'll bring and the traffic. And when we moved in, we didn't envision having loads of cars driving behind our backyard, which was supposed to just be a small neighborhood that we envisioned. Besides that, there is plenty of gas stations in this area. And like the first gentleman who spoke, even if you placed it on the other side, I feel like that would be better suited for it. It's closer to Nexus, and I feel like the purpose of this is towards Nexus, so it'd be more beneficial to that. But yeah, I agree with a lot of what my neighbors are saying, so thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Walker. I'm at 257 Summerlin, and just like my neighbor before me, I am backing right to Wedgwood. So again, the gas station is going to be in my backyard. I liked seeing the corn. I liked the quiet. I liked, being able to, say hi to my neighbors, and it's going to be noisier. It's going to have 24/7 lights. It's going to shine in my bedroom. My master bedroom is right on the back. I have dogs, we have guests over, and we're not going to get any kind of peace with that constant traffic, the constant lights, the constant, movement in this area. And just to reiterate what everyone has said, would be way beneficial if it was residential, but if you are dead set on approving it, absolutely move that gas station to the other side where there is a light that is safer. I can't even imagine having all of that traffic coming from that 55-mile-an-hour zone in that small little exit ramp to get off onto Wedgwood, trying to get out, crossing the 2 lanes of, again, 55-mile-an-hour traffic to go to, in either direction. It's a miracle to me that an accident hasn't happened already. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erica Vahalik, and I live at 325 Winston Way. You're correct. That was my father that was up here earlier. So I moved here in Gallatin in 2022 because I thought it balanced small town charm with responsible growth. I believed it, and I loved it so much, I convinced my parents to retire here, right next door. And so currently, what I love about my neighborhood is I can see the stars at night. I can walk alone as a single woman with my dog and feel safe. With a gas station and a drive-through cluster is approved, that changes overnight. Instead of quiet evenings, we get more cut-through traffic, delivery trucks, idling engines, slamming car doors, bright commercial lighting flooding our homes. Instead of clean air, we get fuel vapors and exhaust in a neighborhood that has so many growing children. The EPA classifies benzene as a chemical released from gasoline and is known to cause in children leukemia. Really, why do we need another gas station? Why do we need all of these businesses that we have 5 minutes down the road? Make it a greenway, tie it into the greenway that we already have, make it a park. Or if we have to, find other things that we can go ahead and put in this area that would actually make an impact on our community and make it better to live. But we don't need another chicken joint, we don't need another gas station, and we don't need another pharmacy when we have one 5 minutes down the road. If this was your backyard, your investment, your parents' retirement, I ask you, and your family's health, do you want to live next door to a 24-hour gas station? Listen to your constituents, please vote no. And if you don't, please limit them and put stipulations on this to protect the people that already live here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Irving. I live at 353 Winston Way. My issue mainly is with the gas station. Obviously, it's going to cause some health hazards and air pollution. Health hazards and air pollution, which we don't want to have in our neighborhood. All the environmental concerns, including contamination of our soil. A lot of our neighbors love to plant things in their yard, and just knowing that that's going to be taken away from them by risk of contamination into the ground, I don't think is the right move. Then you have to think about the increased noise that we're going to have 24/7 from cars and loud music and station equipment. And then it's going to create congestion and safety issues for pedestrians. Like my neighbor before me was saying, it's not going to be safe for us to, as a single woman, single mother, to be walking at all times of day like we can do right now, just leisurely. So we'll have to think about the safety of our families now that we won't have when you put a gas station here. And then I'm going to assume that gas station is also going to be serving liquor, it's going to be serving cigarettes. So you're going to be bringing that kind of consumer to my front yard. And then I just want to talk about the light pollution that's going to happen. I don't think that anybody wants to wake up in the morning and look at a gas station out of their front window. I don't think people want to sit on their porch and look at a gas station. We've been looking at a cornfield. And then the impact on our property value is going to take a significant hit, which is something that none of us had signed up for. And the last thing I want to say is we already have a lot of safety problems that we have tried to talk to the city about with cut-through traffic from Wedgwood to Winston Place to Summerlin. A lot of people don't want to wait at the light at Red River, so they come straight through our neighborhood, and all that's going to do is increase that. And it's going to increase the issue with safety for our families and our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Fernandez. I live at 1095 Graybill Drive. That's in the neighborhood that Wedgwood enters into Eagle Creek. I just want to point out, like so many of my neighbors have said, I think it's a big issue having a cut-through area. People are going to be there more if all of this goes through. There's going to be a lot more traffic, and the neighborhood is already a cut-through neighborhood. There's a section that goes straight through. I have 2 girls, ages 4 and 1, and one of our favorite things to do is go out for walks in our neighborhood. It is so peaceful and quiet. It's something that drew us to the neighborhood to begin with. We've been there for about 2.5 years. And if the traffic in that whole area increases and the cut-through traffic will increase as well, we're going to lose something that really drew us to the neighborhood. We're also going to lose the peace and quiet that drew us to the neighborhood. So just like so many of my other neighbors have said, we really are opposed to this, and we think that the quality of life would be better kept if we didn't have all of these things coming in. So thank you.
Quick, because I think they pretty much said everything I was going to say. But my name is Christine Dye, and I live at 317 Winston Way. I will be 3 houses from the gas station. So I now moved here, never had a front porch in my life. I actually have a front porch with little chairs out there. I am a senior, so my kids are grown. This is my I just retired a year ago, bought this house. And when I'm sitting on my front porch, now if I look to the right, I will 100% see a gas station 3 houses down. To my left, I can still see houses, so that will be nice. My main objection is the gas station. I am for building. I don't even mind restaurants and commercial things, but to me, they should be within a commercial area, not 3 doors down in a neighborhood, in a small neighborhood as well. So I'm just asking, mainly, think about the gas station and possibly zoning, changing the zoning so that it can be residential for residential places. And I really know nothing about it, but there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Capablanca. I live at 328 Winston Way. My neighbors have pretty much said everything. The only thing I want to add, like they have said before, that about the insurance raises, it will raise our insurance, our homeowners insurance. And I moved here. I'm from Miami. Everything is way too expensive down there. So I moved over here for a lifestyle that I can give my kids, my family, something that I could afford. If they get added, I can't afford much more. So I really would like if you guys would not put a gas station there. Keep it residential, please. Thank you.
Rosemary Bates, Gallatin Economic. And while I'm not the best location on this property at all, y'all are already aware of what's happening on Hartsville Pike at that intersection. There's no way for these people to even, this property, I think, has a right-in only, I think, or does it even have a right-in? I can't remember. I couldn't tell from looking at from the back of the room, but I think low-impact commercial, if you require the developer to put limited uses on it that are low impact, which don't know that you can demand it on their site plan, their preliminary master development plan, but you can certainly encourage them to do so. This is kind of an awkward situation for me, so maybe I'm going to step back from that. And now I'm coming back as Rosemary, the resident who lives at 395 Devon Chase Hill. We have a veterinarian in the entrance to our neighborhood. Very low impact, no problems whatsoever. So there are things that can go in that are low impact and you don't even know that they're there. I do drive this road and the residents are right. The traffic from 25 backs up outside the dedicated turn lane as you're going left on Hartsville Pike. You're driving north and you go left. It backs up in the drive lane for a very long time. And I do agree that driving through that area with a convenience store, and it's going to be also, unless something changes, it's connecting to other residential. And my concern is for the safety of the people at that intersection. 109 is not supposed to be a road that has a traffic signal every time there's a cross connection or a side connection. So I would hope that you would consider the impact on Highway 109 too, which is supposed to be a road that gets people through fast, not stopping every time there's a business or a store. So, all right, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rosemary. Anyone else wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and call for the representative to come forward.
David Lucky, Southeastern.
Clint Easley, Southeastern Building.
Anything to add, any comments or questions for staff?
Well, just, I guess I'd say, does the staff or the planning commission have any questions for us? We're doing a traffic study. We're certainly going to comply with what engineering and public works says they would like us to do with the traffic study. We have a right in, right out on the north side of the property. We feel like that this is a low impact use for the property. You know, we've multiple uses so that there's multiple different types of tenants. Obviously, the convenience market's a concern for the community. We felt like, and the different gas station operators, convenience market operators like that corner. That's been, you know, the corner that we've had a number of discussions with. So that's the reason we designed the site that way.
Okay, I guess question for staff, can you refresh everyone's memory on what the existing zoning is for the site?
Yes. So the northern portion of the property is R15, which is a lower density residential. This corner in particular is currently zoned MRO. It was zoned that way when a church was looking to go in this area and didn't happen. So Winston Place got built soon after that in like 2022 or so. So this is currently zoned MRO, which allows residential plus some limited commercial already, and then R15 is only residential.
Okay. When you say limited commercial, what do you, off the top of your head, what uses is that normally?
Food service, office space, convenience sales and service is a conditional use in MRO. So gas station would be allowed conditionally on that corner right now.
Yes.
Do you guys know when that zoning occurred? Did it occur with the property concurrent to it? I mean, is that the right word? Next to it?
The MRO, Yes.
No, the R15. Sounds like the MRO came after.
Yes, so I
Okay.
think the R15's been there since that area was zoned or was annexed into the city. And the MRO came in, I think, when a church came and rezoned all of this a number of years ago. I think it was even before 2020.
So was that parcel and the parcel adjacent, were they originally zoned and annexed together, or does anybody know that?
I think it'd been in the city for a while, but they were zoned together. That MRO zoning all came in at the same time.
But what about the R15?
R15, I think, was pre-MRO.
And then the whole access, is Wedgwood signalized?
On 109?
No. Okay, so do you think TDOT would give a driveway permit there? I would not think.
So Wedgwood's already connecting there with the Wedgwood Townhome development. It is going to extend Wedgwood to Red River Road, and that lines up with Nexus Boulevard. And per the Nexus traffic impact study, that will be signalized at some future date, along with intersection improvements to 109 and 25.
Now, in our meeting, Aaron, you're probably aware that Mr. Tuttle and I spent fun times with TDOT last week, and we know that we are quite a ways from getting the improvements. They're going to reduce the queuing on 109, and, you know, that, I mean, the signal would alleviate that, but in the meanwhile, I'm not real sure about what that looks like, and what if one develops and the other doesn't, and one happens and the other doesn't.
Aaron, just to confirm, the signal you're referring to is on 25.
That is correct. Wedgwood and 25 and Nexus Boulevard. That's the one that was warranted with the Nexus development, and that will go in. And like I said, with the Wedgwood Townhome development that has FMDP approval or at least PMDP approval, it will extend Wedgwood to Red River Road or 25.
Which is a collector. It's a collector street.
That's the way that when Wedgwood Townhomes came through, that we wanted it to function like a collector.
Okay.
I appreciated what the lady said about she'd entertain some less impact commercial, which, just for the benefit of the people here, I'd like to acknowledge that this body nor the council can make determinations based on what particular commercial businesses choose to go there. It's basically what is allowed within the correct zoning, i.e. Restaurant, car dealership, convenience store. Those kinds of things have different uses, use allowances. But as far as whether they serve chicken or Chinese, we don't get to make decisions based on that. Just kind of FYI. But I did appreciate what the lady said about being open to a less maybe impactful adjacent commercial development. I mean, I also understand, like, I don't know that I'd want a house like right there next to 109, but then you look at what's on the other side, and that's exactly what they have. And so it does buffer the residences from that. But I guess my biggest concern is the fact that there was property bought there with an expectation, and then now it's, wait, okay. So those houses on the residents that we're talking about being on Wedgwood, they're in the MRO zoning?
They will be right here. It was, we haven't updated.
No, I'm
this
talking
map
about the speakers this evening that we're talking about where they're
Single-family homes.
yet. Yeah, these are single-family homes right here.
I'd say obviously that could be a consistent use for it to be MRO, but maybe not the.
But it sounds like the, one second, John. It sounds like the parcel in question, which has the fuel station on it, was zoned MRO with the rest of the parcel. It was, but in MRO, there's a conditional use for convenience. Yes, sir.
No, that's what I was going to say. I sympathize with the residents and their concerns about the gas station, but I'm looking at this map and I remember that this entire parcel, everything in orange, both to the left of Wedgwood and to the right of it, was rezoned as MRO when Long Hollow Baptist Church considered putting a site right there. And so when Winston Place was built, and when the people bought there, they may not have noticed that, but that parcel was already zoned MRO. And
For commercial use.
for commercial use, which can receive a gas station with conditional uses. I'll only ask this one question of the applicant. I heard one comment from one of the folks in public comment, and it did make sense. Would you have equal demand for a gas station on the corner of Red River Road and 109? Would it make market sense to flip-flop the gas station with the pharmacy? Because I can't really see where anybody in that residential area would object to a pharmacy on that corner. But I would see that a gas station would be really popular on Red River Road and 109. But then again, I don't do market research, so I don't know what works. Tell me.
Well, excuse me, the answer to that is the groups that we've been working with have identified the current, where we designed the convenience market on the south side. We'd be happy to look at moving it to the north side. However, we only have a right-in, right-out on the north side at Red River Road, so I think that probably precludes from locating there.
And get left to get to the signal at that point.
When the townhome development gets done, we've made provisions for two or three connections, two connections to a feeder road that would go out to Red River Road at the signalized intersection. So that's what's supposed to happen.
Would it be a different situation if you had more than a right-in, right-out up there on that corner?
It would be. It's my understanding that with the indications that we've had from TDOT with the stacking and the divided I think they've got isn't it divided right there with what's planned?
Yeah, with what's
there's a concrete strip or something through there that prevents it from turning left back onto Red River Road.
Well, if that's a TDOT concern, that's above us. So, no, it was just a thought to see about flip-flopping them. But as I see it right now, as sympathetic as I am to the residents there, that is already and was zoned MRO when Winston Place was built. So the expectation when they built there should have been that it could possibly become commercial convenience sales and service, conditionally, but and as far as the rest of it being commercial, it's always been my understanding that as Wedgwood townhomes came in, we were ramping up from single-family houses to more density. It was my expectation was always that this would be commercial along the strip. I didn't really realize about the corner of Wedgwood and 109, but it's clear to me by this zoning that it's already there.
What's the comp plan designate this area as?
General urban.
Could you buffer the station with the townhomes so that they're not just right there in their view?
Say again?
Put that, wait. What's that middle part? Is that still commercial there? You said something about townhomes. And C-store is allowed as a conditional use within MRO?
MRO, yes.
I'll read off the list of uses if that helps.
It would.
Please.
So all your residential uses are allowed. And then you've got community facility activities. That's listed as administrative, community assembly, community education, essential service, nursing home, including assisted living, non-assembly cultural, and place of worship. And then you have a short list of commercial activities. And again, the name MRO stands for multiple residential and office. So it's a very short list of commercial activities because it is intended to be mostly residential and office type uses. But it's listed as business and communication service, financial, consulting, and administrative, food service, general personal service, medical service, animal care limited. And then you've got your conditional uses, which for commercial activity under that list, you've got your utility and vehicular, convenience sales and services, which is what we're talking about tonight, undertaking services, group assembly extensive, group assembly limited, limited retail sales, and transient habitation. So I mean, all in all, it's a very short list of the types of things that could be allowed in this district, but a convenience sales and service is part of the list there. Now, with a conditional use permit, you do have to meet criteria from the zoning ordinance in order to be able to be granted that. So this, an approval of the zoning doesn't necessarily grant them a conditional use permit, I don't believe. So they would have to still come in and prove that they meet those criteria for the convenience sales and service in order to be able to do that.
And sorry, we're rezoning to it's planned general commercial district. So is that still true? Is that the same as MRO?
Actually, it's more commercial uses are allowed in PGC. Convenience sales and service is a permitted use in PGC, but those same conditions for convenience sales and service for MRO apply to convenience sales and service in PGC. It's one of the few uses that falls under that. So that's the look of the architecture is supposed to be more residential in nature, more muted colors, that's kind of the gist of those conditions is it's in a neighborhood, it's near a neighborhood, that was the point, and to keep it not quite so commercial looking.
Okay. So it would not be a conditional use permit use?
Not with
for that
this
rezoning?
proposed zoning.
Okay.
Be outright permitted.
And one more quick question for you with planning. Do you view this rezoning as consistent with the surrounding zoning of the area?
So there's a number of commercial mixed-use zonings in the area. This is one of the more higher impact ones with asking for PGC. Your MU is your mixed use, so there's a lot of commercial and residential allowed in both of those, which is to the north. That's what Nexus is. And I think that's one of the ones that we discussed with the applicant. And then you have MRO, which is very similar to MU. So this is more intense. There is not other PGC right in this area.
So with that, that's very helpful. Then it helps it make sense to me that moving the residential to MRO can be acceptable and keeping the existing MRO, and if they want to pursue the conditional use, okay, but I do not like shifting the expectation. I'll use the one on the other side of 109, is it Clear Lake Meadows, where everybody was so upset about the Dos Bros and the McDonald's, but
Yes,
that was
that's straight
zoned
commercial.
commercial before those homes were built. And so I felt like that expectation, whether it was there or wasn't, it should have been, because it was clearly on the documents as that zoning, but in this case, with the MRO, I really think we could all make a case for the MRO continuing up to the intersection, but the commercial makes me uncomfortable right there with the.
I know I asked what area this was in the comp plan, but is there there's not a character area designated for this intersection, is there?
Not a special sub area or anything
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
Yeah, so it's difficult when you're talking commercial uses in the zoning districts, and then your comp plan, which is very, very generalized. You got your general urban and you got your suburban two character areas, and not a whole lot of, I guess, not something that you can really say one way or the other. Different levels of commercial are more supported or less supported in the comp plan. And so, our recommendation in the report was that, yes, it meets the comp plan, but maybe that's not a strong argument, not sure.
So, did you understand that TDOT gave you a write-in, write-out on 25 in those areas?
That's our initial feedback. We're doing the traffic study now, And yes, I mean, that's what they've indicated.
Have we heard anything from TDOT in regards to widening 25 with the growth that's in that area?
So the intersection of 109 and 25, there are some proposed widenings that would happen with the Nexus development. Their right-in, right-out lines up really closely, if not exactly, with the right-in, right-out that Nexus would be installing, as well as a median on Red River in that area, which is why I think that TDOT has been open to a right-in, right-out at this location. But the widening is really just at this intersection.
Then, just point of clarification, so we believe a stoplight may be put in when the townhomes are built, but we don't know when that development's going to be started or completed?
So the signal would be warranted, it was going to be warranted with the Nexus development.
With Nexus, okay.
And I don't know off the top of my head when that would be warranted.
Business park or the residential?
This would be at Nexus Boulevard. This would be on the south side of this page.
Which would be once that ties in and comes online. So once the connection's made at 25, the light would go in.
There probably would need to be one or two of the businesses along Nexus Boulevard to be constructed before it would trigger warrants. But when Nexus Boulevard connects Red River Road to West Albert Gallatin, there is a signal will be warranted at 25 in Wedgewood and Nexus Boulevard.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one more question. I'm sensitive to what the neighbors said about light pollution. Could you talk us through quickly the landscape buffer that I see on your plan?
Yes, we've actually enhanced the landscaping and the buffering along that area and along 109 per the request of the staff. We've also done some enhanced buffering along what would be the south side of this drawing, but would be the east side of the actual project, along our access road that runs behind all the uses there. So we've added that to the plan. The light pollution they spoke of, all the commercial uses today are designed, so you're supposed to have very, very minimal light pollution outside of your existing area, and you do a photometric plan to ensure that. And the lights are designed today to come down, not out.
Thank you.
Is it possible to rotate the C-store to where instead of facing diagonal towards the intersection, it's more parallel with 109?
We can rotate the C-store. We actually felt like that it was better like this because of the side of the building. The building would be somewhat further back but we're open to rotating it if it's better, for the site.
I guess my thought there is you've got any light that would be in front of the store would be potentially blocked by the store. Coming back away from it, and then any light that's projected from the canopy itself goes towards 109 and not towards the intersection.
We can do that if that's what the planning commission would like us to do.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion. Ma'am, wait, ma'am, we had a public hearing. We can't do that. Unless ma'am, we can't do that unless a commissioner wants to suspend the rules, but we would have to vote on that. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you politely to stop. Please. There are certain procedures that we have to follow. Robert's Rules of Order. We've followed those. Please. Yes, sir.
No, I don't have anything.
Entertain a motion.
Can I ask a question of staff?
Yes, sir.
Engineer, you may not be able to have an answer for this. Maybe it's a TDOT question. Why are they only allowing a right-in, right-out that far back from the 25-109 intersection? That's a long way back.
Access.
It's what?
The limited access, right? The limited access.
You say there's a median down the middle of, I don't remember there being a median down the middle of 25.
That's part of the Nexus improvements. They will be widening that, and I believe there is a median to help with the right-in, right-out that Nexus would be installing.
Well, they also have to deal with spacing requirements between where Wedgwood comes out and ties to Highway 25 and the intersection of 109.
I know, but that looks like such a great
Yeah.
distance from what
How far does the access fence cut around that corner?
I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
And that right-in, right-out is similar to the design of the right-in, right-out that's near the Publix up off of, was it Big Station Camp?
Oh, off Long Hollow?
Long Hollow?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're trying to implement that more because it's going to control the access a little bit better than this typical pork chop that you might put in, which a lot of people cheat on and they pull out the wrong way. So this one sort of helps to prevent people doing that.
Okay. Any other questions, John?
I come back to the question of if this entire proposal was withdrawn, am I correct in understanding that someone could come back in on that MRO parcel where the gas station is on this plan and bring us an application for convenience sales and service, and we would, for the most part, have to grant it with some conditions?
It'd be conditionally. It's not
It'd have to go to
permitted.
it would have to go to the BZA for
have to be
conditional
a
use.
It would come in front of this body part of a master plan.
Yeah.
In this case.
Oh, because of-
but
yeah.
it would have a PMDP. It'd come before this body for conditional approval. That doesn't mean it's permitted.
But a conditional use doesn't mean that we can say, no, we just don't like it, so we're not going to approve it. You have to approve it with reasonable conditions.
You have to have cause.
But what
But
would
if
you
they,
say,
I
John?
mean,
Yeah.
Tanner, you might be able to speak
Yeah,
to
you
this.
have
If
to
they
have a
meet those
reason.
conditions.
Yeah, that is a great question for you, Tanner. A conditional use permit, does that mean it's entirely
I thought she
subjective?
answered it great. But
Oh, come on. Is a conditional use entirely subjective on the part of the planning commission, or is it more or less permitted as long as you put reasonable conditions on it?
you have to put reasonable conditions on it, and it's not totally subjective to deny. You can't deny just because you don't like that they're putting Chinese food instead of burgers or something like that.
But what if they're putting a C-store instead of allowed use?
But no, but what I think what Jillian has already stated is that regardless of whether or not it's MRO or PGC, the conditions are the same for C-store in MRO. So if someone wanted to come with a site plan on this particular parcel and put a C-store, as long as they adhered to those conditions within the zoning code, we would have no other, we couldn't have an exception.
Well, then why is it an allowed use then?
Why isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's technically an allowed use with conditions.
That's right. If they meet those extra conditions, then the BZA would have to grant it. they could add additional reasonable conditions with that, but they would have to grant it initially.
Why don't we keep it MRO and let them help?
Well, I think in this case, if we kept it MRO, it would be no different than them wanting to rezone it to PGC. It has the exact same conditions, except in that, in PGC, it's, I hate to even say it's by right because it's already allowed, but the conditions still stand.
They do. It's a very odd case where MRO, it's a conditional use, which has conditions. And this one, with PGC, it's a permitted use, but it just also happens to have those conditions tied to that zoning district. But they just happen to be the same.
Could I
Yes, sir.
say something? We explored leaving it MRO and doing something different with the rest of the project, but we felt like upon discussion with our consultants and with staff that it was better to go ahead and redo the whole site so it was consistent, and so we had a master development plan for the whole site so that we could address everything all at once.
I'm just kind of mad because I've thought for a long time that was different than what you two just explained. I saw you like pretty frustrated right there.
It's okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again one more time, why you didn't just leave it MRO?
We wanted the project to be consistent. We wanted to have the whole thing so that we could have a plan for the whole project so that it all went together. It wasn't piecemealed, wasn't something here and something here with different
But
conditions.
why wouldn't you take it to MRO versus PGC then on the residential portion?
I think just during the process, the uses that we wanted fit better into the PGC than it did the MRO.
Yeah, I guess a question for planning, what wouldn't fit an MRO?
Yeah, the retail use
Retail's the weird one.
is not part of the MRO
It is an MU.
uses.
Yeah, but I mean, the PGC zoning completely eliminates the residential allowment that MU would bring on.
Yes, that's another part of it. PGC doesn't have a residential element. MU and MRO do. Higher density than would be allowed in R15.
So how did the conditions happen for conditional use with the concern about the traffic and how it would impact versus an allowed use?
Well, they would still have to go through the formal process of getting a traffic study done. At this rate, now they have a traffic study for all parcels and the entire development, which is a more holistic view of what's happening, not just a C-store. They would have to go through with the traffic study either way. Unless engineering deemed it not necessary with a single parcel. But the fact that they have two parcels and multiple uses, it automatically triggers the traffic study.
It would have to be there, I would
So
think.
there's a small chance that if they brought this through with just a C-store, a traffic study would not be required unless engineering just flat out said it was. But it's all dependent on use and trip generation.
1,000 trips triggers a traffic impact study.
So if they brought it through as a single use and there was 980 trips per day for the C-store, then a traffic study would not be required per our ordinance.
For just that MRO parcel where the convenience store is in question.
Correct.
I want to be clear, the rest of the plan, I have a problem with the gas station. I understand the residents' concern with the gas station. The rest of the plan, to me, is the natural progression of ramping up the density to the commercial along the pike, and that's what I thought we were doing all along. I have a little heartburn over the gas station, but as I'm seeing it now, is that if the plan lopped off that MRO portion and came to us a PGC plan for the rest of the property, and then somebody came through separately with a gas station on the MRO portion, we would have to grant that with reasonable
With the conditions.
conditions. So either way, it's going to happen. And at least this, it's part of an overall planned general commercial development that requires a traffic study so that we can look at what improvements are necessary due to the traffic.
What size landscape buffer are they showing along Wedgewood?
Probably 12 or 15 feet.
Yeah, the plan says 12 feet.
12 feet for a local street,
That's what's required in the zoning ordinance, or that's what they're showing?
if that's what's required.
25 feet, I believe. We beefed up the landscaping per latest comments on the last meeting.
I thought we did.
Is there a way to zoom in on that? I'm seeing 12, I think, on what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I see a 12-foot side yard and 12-foot
I'm
landscape
over
buffer.
that. Or no?
Yeah, it's 12 feet.
I'm sorry, it's 25 on the back.
Okay, 12. I mean, considering the fact that we're now discussing this being an allowed use with conditions, I would likely want a larger landscape buffer. Y'all open to that?
Yes.
John, do you have any suggestions or feedback on buffer size? Well, right now it's a 12-foot, which is linear. But if we went to a 20 or 25-foot buffer that added some additional plantings.
What's being developed in the parcel between Wedgewood Townhomes and this?
So that was recently annexed. That was a Frank annexation. We do not have plans yet for that property.
But this site provides stubs, and I believe the Wedgewood Townhome site provided stubs at the location that these stubs are at.
Yes.
I know we talked about that during the work session.
Yes.
We could take that 25-foot buffer along the east side of the property and just
All the way down Wedgewood?
pull it all the way down Wedgewood.
Okay. I'm going to take a stab at can you, Jillian, do you mind pulling up the conditions again, please? Just real quick.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
okay, wait a minute. You mentioned something about rotating the building so that the front of the building faces 109.
Yes.
I'm not sure, but I think if you do that, that backage drive is going to be able to come forward a few feet, because right now you have a 40-foot rear setback, and the road encroaches into that setback, and that's why you have only a 25-foot buffer back there. But if the building's rotated, you're good at visual perceptions. Is that going to bump the backage road forward a little bit?
No, the backage road will have to tie to where it's tying right now because it's across the street from another tie-in location.
But no, see where that backage road encroaches real close to the rear property line?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you can pull it.
So
Yeah,
if
you can pull
pull
it.
that forward, you could have a type 40 buffer yard, which a type 40 buffer yard is all evergreens. A type 40 buffer yard is much more opaque. Right now, they can't get a 40 in there because they only have 25 feet to work with.
Yeah.
And if you pull that type 40 around the corner where that detention pond is, I don't know if that's going to cut into your stormwater retention, but it would give some relief to the neighbors.
Okay. What about between the backage road and 109? Right now, they're calling out a 12-foot buffer.
Show me.
Between here
Oh.
and there.
Yeah.
What I was talking about was instead of a 12-foot landscape buffer, going to a 25-foot buffer from 109 all the way to the property corner at Wedgewood Townhomes.
Yeah, and if you rotate the store, it'll make that more possible to do that, won't it?
Well, and I think rotating the store would avoid excess light. I mean, I know, I'm fully aware of the photometric requirements that the lights have these days, but it would go a pretty long way shielding some of that light with the store itself.
Another thing you could do is ask for additional shielding on the side where the residences are. That might come down, like if you have a pole
light shields.
a pole light, and then a shield to block the visibility, because
Even more
you
so.
can look up and still see that light.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it's shining down, but you're still seeing the actual bulb. But if you put the shields on, then that would solve some of that problem too.
I mean, they already make the lights with shields to meet the photometric requirements. So I mean, I think that would also be going against our zoning code.
Have you already placed a motion on the floor?
No, I'm about to.
So, well, I'm going to ask if, I think the applicant sincerely wants to try to work with the surrounding area. Once he pointed out that that's a right in, right out over there on Red River Road, I understand the problems he's up against. The residents' concern about it being a gas station, they brought up crime, they brought up light pollution, and they brought up noise. I think we can help address the concern of light pollution and getting visual buffering to it. Can't do much about the others because this thing was already determined that it could be a gas station the moment it was zoned MRO a long time ago, which preceded Winston Hills. And I'm sure that most people that bought in there didn't realize that, but that's unfortunately where it is. So I'm going to make a motion that we defer this for 1 month and allow the applicant to look at an alternate plan that will allow them to have their convenience sales and service in that location that's more amenable to the surrounding area.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion. Ben, can you please refresh everyone's memory on what that means and timelines associated with that request?
Ben Allen, Assistant City Attorney. So the issue with a deferral is you have to act on their application in a timely manner. It's when something comes forward, it's is it 60 days that you have to act on an order.
Oh, this was last month.
So we really need to.
Decision.
Because of the snow.
If applicants want to voluntarily defer it, they may do that without it automatically being approved, but you can't after.
So what you're saying is because our last meeting got snowed out, we're already at 60 days. Well, then I withdraw.
Act on this meeting.
Did anybody second my motion for deferral?
I did, and I withdraw.
Yeah, you withdraw. I've got to withdraw my motion for deferral, then we can't defer legally.
Okay.
I'm out of ideas.
David, do you have anything to add?
If it would help, we'll take a voluntary 30-day deferral, then work on our site plan and try to address the concerns of the neighborhood.
That would be ideal, if you don't mind. Obviously, you've got the feedback I think you need, and if y'all can work on cleaning up the site plan and, I guess, to the greatest extent possible, minimizing the impact to adjacent property owners, that'd be appreciated. Okay, so since they're volunteering a deferral, we still have to vote on that deferral. Yes.
I'll make a motion to accept the applicant's request for a voluntary deferral.
Okay, I will second that. Any discussion on the deferral? Okay, all those in favor of deferral, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, deferred till next month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to item number 11. This is the bank's amended preliminary master development plan. Jim?
Thank you. The
owner and applicant request approval of an amended PMDP for the banks formerly known as the banks at Lot 4 on 295 plus or minus acres zoned R8 PRD, medium density residential, planned residential development district located east of Lot 4, north of Peach Valley. This is a pretty minor change. They're moving a couple of lots around. They are adjusting the street layout internally. None of the proposed changes reflect any changes to architecture or number of units plus or minus, or the exterior off-site improvements that have already been promised. There's just a small change in the 41 and 50-foot alley-loaded products and a change from those to 50-foot front-loaded, basically. They're reducing like 3 of the alley-loaded to front-loaded and slightly changing the interior street layout. So what we're getting is kind of this open space lined boulevard, for lack of a better word. Here in the middle, it goes through phases 3A, 3B, 7, and 8 in the previously approved plan. Somewhere. It's a little bit further north, and it has homes lining it. So it's a little bit of additional open space. But outside of that, very minor changes. Staff is recommending that this be considered a minor amendment to the approved PMDP, and we recommend approval of resolution number 2026 with 2026-006 with 2 conditions, and then there will be a public comment on this item.
Thank you. Does engineering have anything to add to what Jim stated?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. This item does have a public hearing. At this time, we will open that public hearing for anyone wishing to speak on agenda item number 11. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I will close the public hearing. I'll call for a member from the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Brad Snyder with CSDG. I've got no further comments, and we will address the 2 conditions.
Okay, so this is a net add of open space, and we did not increase density.
Correct.
This is clearly a minor amendment. I make a motion that it's a minor amendment.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion by John, second by Mike. Any discussion on the major or minor amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? So it's a minor amendment. Any other comments, questions related to this change?
I'll put forward the motion that it be approved with staff's 2 conditions.
I will second that. Any discussion? Yes, very straightforward. Okay, seeing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. We'll go to item number 12. This is Gonzalez Peton Street, Lot 1, Final Master Development Plan. Charlie.
The owner and applicant requests approval of a final master development plan for Gonzalez Pemberton Residential. This is on almost a quarter of an acre lot, zoned as R6 high density residential, located west of Union Park and south of Pemberton Street. The applicant is proposing 3 residential units, a duplex consisting of 2 and a single-family residential unit. Both of these units will front onto Pemberton Street. This project already meets the required density. The density calculation is 3.58. Total, they are right in at 3. The architecture is comprised of the, I think it's brick water table and hardy board siding. This does not meet the 70% brick stone requirement that's outlined in the zoning ordinance, so the applicant will be requesting a exception to that requirement with this master development plan. This architecture type is consistent with those in the surrounding character of the neighborhood, so it'll fit right in. With that, staff recommends approval of resolution 2026-008 with 11 conditions.
Thank you, Charlie. Aaron, does engineering wish to add anything to that?
There are several stormwater comments to work through. There is the requirement for a minimum 5-foot sidewalk and 5-foot grass strip along the Pemberton frontage per the zoning ordinance. They will be required to get a right-of-way excavation permit. There are some utilities that they are stubbing across the street. I don't have a timeline of it, but this is on our repave list. If they can get in with the street cuts before it gets repaved, then they just need to repair them until that's done. But if they cut the street after it's been repaved, we would have a requirement that they mill and overlay their entire frontage.
Okay. Thank you. This does not need a public hearing, so we'll call for the applicant.
Ferguson, Greenland Design. We agreed to all staff comments. Wanted to talk to you guys about item number 5 and number 8. With the berm on the side, we put it there to divert the offsite water from having to treat it. And with us having to rework it as a ditch, we'd have to then treat all the offsite water. And then the 5-foot sidewalk we spoke about at the work session.
Go back to the condition 5. Where is that berm being asked to be placed?
It's all, we're showing one on the eastern side of the property. Yep, right there.
Okay. So basically, that berm would divert water to the side yard, I guess the property line swale.
Yeah,
so to speak.
it's diverting it around the property line, and then it's going to run down the property line away from the swell for the water quality portion.
Julian, go back to the condition. I guess, Aaron, can I ask why we were asking to direct off-site drainage to an on-site swale that would have to be treated?
My team can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was to get water into the water quality swell, direct it towards it.
Yes, so the main intention of our comment there was to make sure that they weren't going to be damming water up onto the neighboring property. So they could try and rework in a way that doesn't go through their water quality treatment itself, but we just don't want them to be damming water up onto the neighboring property. So if they can rework into a ditch that still bypasses their water quality, that would be satisfactory.
Do you have positive drainage down the property line?
Yeah. On both sides. South and on the eastern property line.
I mean, to me, it'd be one thing if we were allowing them to bring the water onto their property and not requiring them to treat it. But once they bring it onto their property, they're going to be required to treat it. So I don't understand. I mean, is that correct, Ryan?
If it's bypass water, they do not have to treat the bypass water. They just cannot allow it to dam up onto the neighboring property
Okay.
and create a problem.
Okay. So they would not have to increase the size of their water quality measure.
Unless they're directing bypass water onto their property into the water quality unit itself, or whatever the water quality design is. They would have to bypass the water completely from the water quality system.
Which is theoretically what they're doing with the berm. Because they're directing it.
The concern with the berm was just how it could dam up onto the neighboring properties.
Okay.
So that was what we were asking them to take a look at.
Okay. I understand. What was your question on item number 8?
The sidewalks, there's a roadside ditch already in place. So if we did a 5-foot grass strip and a 5-foot sidewalk, we'd have sidewalk on the property. We did the project across the unimproved right-of-way a couple years ago, and we didn't have to do the sidewalk. So we're just trying to keep it in line with what's next door.
Where's the nearest sidewalk to this location?
I think it's up on, I don't even know if it's on the corner right there of Union Park. I remember looking through Google Earth, and there's not a sidewalk in sight anywhere close to that property.
Engineering, do you know where the nearest sidewalk is?
Trying to look that up on aerial right now.
That's your only other question?
Yep.
Is there any questions or comments while he's looking that up? Is there any questions or comments from the commission?
I'll just make a comment on the sidewalks. I know it's hard to stomach sometimes when you have to put a sidewalk in and there's not another one in sight. But it's the only way to begin to improve a section of right-of-way is for each person, when it gets redeveloped, to put in sidewalks. I wish there was a way you could pay into a fund so that at one fell swoop, the city could go in and put the whole sidewalk in as one continuous structure, but apparently that's not a legal
Avenue.
Thanks. So I'm for the sidewalk going in. Which condition was that?
That was 8. Tanner, I'm curious, with your background in land use, do you have experience with sidewalks?
I have experience with takings, but not sidewalks
Okay.
specifically.
Any other comments? Aaron, did you find it?
There's not really any in the close vicinity. There's some on Chamber Street.
You said there's some on Chambers? Oh. Chambers. You said Chambers, right?
Chamber Street, yes.
And is that, I guess, near the park?
Correct.
This one's very tough for me, because from a sidewalk standpoint, because I mean, the way I look at this is it very much is a case by case basis. But
There's also some on Small Street.
yeah. And is that from?
That connects from Bly, runs down Small Street for a short section on both sides, and then it's on the north side, and that runs down to Union Park on the north side of Small Street.
Oh, I see it now.
And then I guess there is a portion that goes all the way to the Shalom Zone.
To the department. Basically, the whole north side of Small Street has sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, these communities, you often see a lack of sidewalks in depressed areas. And those, to me, are the areas that probably need sidewalks just about more than anywhere.
Yeah, for walkability.
For walkability.
Yeah. Well, and I think if we're going to continue seeing projects like this, then I think it'll happen over time. But eventually, I think folks that are living in the area would appreciate the walkability outside of the street that people are driving on. This is tough because I can't remember when we approved the site on the other side of the right of way. We obviously had our reasons, or at least the commission did at the time. But I can't remember if that was before or after all the payment in lieu of
It was
language.
it was payment. We did payment in lieu of for that site.
Okay, so y'all paid into a fund, which now we know is no longer an avenue. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna make a stab at a motion unless there's any other feedback. Okay, can you please go back to condition 5? Okay, I will make a motion to approve, but revising condition 5 to rework the eastern berm to ensure positive drainage to the southern property line and ensure that no water is dammed up by the berm.
Wow.
Could you repeat that last part? No water.
And no water is dammed up by the berm.
And is that your motion in its entirety, or are you going to revise another condition?
That's my motion in its entirety.
Then I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Can you
Discussion.
explain that change real quick for
Okay,
non-engineers?
so basically, what would happen if, you go back to the site plan, please? Thanks, Charlie. So the eastern side of the property, they're installing a berm. So right now, what's happening is water is coming onto the site from the east. They're installing a berm to bypass the water around the property. If they did not install that berm, they would have to collect all that drainage area into the water quality treatment area on their site, which would expand the size of the water quality treatment area, costing more money. When in reality, you are, per the stormwater ordinance, you are allowed to bypass offsite water around your site with the utilization of swales and other means. This is one of those measures that you're allowed to use to bypass the water around the site. They just, what engineering is trying to do and what planning is trying to do is make sure that they're not damming up water on the adjacent property by putting the swale in. So I basically revised the condition to state that positive drainage would be provided and to ensure that no damming of water is occurring.
So I seconded your motion. Can I ask for clarification of
Yes.
exactly what that meant? Now that I've seconded it.
Yes.
If they find that because of the topography, the berm is going, there's no way to build a berm without damming up water on the neighbor's property, then by default, they have to clean the water that comes through. They have to allow it into their stormwater detention.
I would think so, yes.
Okay, then that's the way I understood it. I just want to make sure I knew what I was seconding. So you understand that? If you can't make it work, you got to pay to make it work. Yeah, I figured, yeah, okay.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes.
Mr. Chairman, we're coming up on 2 hours. Could I request a 10-minute recess?
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of a 10-minute recess, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, we'll have a 10-minute recess. Okay, awesome. Folks, we're going to call this meeting to order again. It was a little bit longer than 10 minutes. Thank you all for your patience. Jim, we good? Okay. Believe we are still waiting on Tanner, but we have a quorum, so we're going to move forward.
Didn't know there was food.
He's getting food? Okay. All right, so we just finished with item number 12. We are going to move to item number 13. This is Habitat for Humanity, Pafford Place, revised final master development plan. Jim.
Thank you. The owner applicant requests approval of a revised final master development plan for Habitat for Humanity, Pafford Place, on 2.66 acres plus or minus, zoned R6, high-density residential, located south of West Eastland and east of Pafford Place. So it may be a little bit easier to see on the zoning map here, but Pafford Place was this subdivision, or is this subdivision currently under construction, almost done. And the applicant rezoned this parcel to the north at the corner of Eastland and Pafford to bring it into this development. And so they are keeping the plans indicate that they're keeping the existing home and then adding a second unit to the south. They are also requesting exceptions for the front yard setback, minimum lot size, and side and rear yard PUDs, consistent with the previously approved FMDP for Pafford Place. Architecture is the same, just looking to add the one kind of additional unit. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2026-009 with 7 conditions.
Okay, thank you. Engineering, do you have anything to add?
Yes, we are requiring that Lot 571, which is the one that fronts West Eastland, that they remove their driveway on West Eastland and access Pafford Place due to the driveway spacing.
And is that a condition?
It is.
Okay. Awesome. Do we have a representative from the applicant present?
Allison Turner with Greenwood Design. We're in agreement with comments, staff comments. The only reason we're asking for a variance is the right-of-way kind of jogged along that right-of-way, along the roadway due to the existing lots that we didn't own at the time. And so the right-of-way, the setback variance that we're requesting will just keep everything in line with what's existing.
But it matches, matches the other setbacks on the other properties.
Right, instead of changing the right-of-way line, which would be a little more complicated than just asking for the variance.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve with all staff comments.
I'll second.
Okay, that was 3 seconds. I'm going to go with John. So motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. We are going to move to item number 14. This is Woods Crossing Phase 2 Final Master Development Plan. Brad.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brad Hickman, Staff Planner. The owner and applicant request approval of a final master development plan for Woods Crossing Phase 2 containing 22 single-family residential lots on a 7.95 acre parcel zoned R8 PRD, medium-density residential planned residential development district, located west of Woods Ferry Road and south of Nichols Lane. The applicant addressed many of our comments between work session and this meeting, such as including a cul-de-sac, gravel cul-de-sac here in the event that the adjoining property does not have the road developed by the time this is done. Engineering had some comments around labeling and identifying some karst features. That's one of the requirements currently. The elevations are identical to the ones that are currently building in Phase 1, around 50% brick on the front of the homes, hardy board on the other sides, and we have 2-story and ranch models. The Planning Department recommends approval of resolution number 2026-1010 with the following 8 conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Engineering?
We've got some grading issues that'll be addressed with the engineering construction plan review, since this does include public roadway infrastructure. So we'll work through those more on the construction plan review.
Okay, do you have conditions that, I guess, address those concerns?
Correct.
Okay. This does not need a public hearing. Is there a representative from the applicant present?
Michael Dewey with Dewey Engineering. We agree with all conditions of approval and just ask for approval.
Thank you. A quick question for engineering. I know Brad brought up the cul-de-sac. If the cul-de-sac gets constructed, is it the requirement of the adjacent developer to remove the cul-de-sac and tie and, I guess, line everything up? That's just more of a curiosity thing.
Sure. I think the property line stops short of the actual tie-in.
Okay.
So they would be responsible to construct theirs up to the property line, and then whoever comes in after the fact would make the connection.
Okay.
So I had a question. I've been looking through the conditions. Which condition references the cul-de-sac requirement?
I believe that was a comment that we had on the work session that they addressed, so it did not need to be a condition of approval.
Yeah, I
There's
think
not
that's
a
part of the
cul-de-sac
I think that's part of the subdivision regulations. Would
Oh,
it not be?
because for fire marshal codes for turnaround, but the cul-de-sac's not on there right now?
Well, they have a dash line
If
showing
you
the-
look close, you'll
It's
see.
hiding.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, okay. So I was so focused on my question, I didn't hear your answer to his question. Who removes the big cul-de-sac as soon as it's no longer necessary? And I hope it's no longer necessary because the push through of the drive to Clear Lake Meadows is imperative.
Yeah, we've had some discussions with the Woods Crossing developer, and I know that they're going to be working with Kirkpatrick to really align that to where the cul-de-sac, the temporary cul-de-sac may not even be something that's necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I will make a motion to approve with all staff conditions.
Second.
Second by Albert. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. Next, we will go to item 15, 140 Northwater Avenue, suspended balcony site plan. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the owner applicant is requesting a site plan to construct a suspended balcony. It's located at 140 North Waters Avenue. It's at the corner of Northwater Avenue and West Franklin Street. It's zone CC. The request is for a 5-foot suspended balcony by 20, and then a 12-foot by in height. The request will move forward to the city council, and then the planning commission does recommend the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a member present from the applicant?
Marty Cook, 100 Bluegrass Commons for the applicant. We agree with the conditions, and I've worked with the legal department to get the indemnity agreement and the certificate of insurance in place, so we're good for approval.
I anticipated this being on the consent agenda, so I'll make a motion to approve.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. Item number 16, City Light Church parking lot site plan. Charlie.
The owner and applicant requests approval of a site plan for City Light Baptist Church to add 36 parking spaces to the existing parking lot on a 1.15 acre lot that is zoned R15, medium density residential. This is located west of Lock 4 Road and east of Lake Point Drive. The applicant is proposing 36 parking spaces parallel to Lock 4 on the eastern side of the property, and then adding additional parking spaces to the rear of the site as well. The additional parking will fall within the minimum, maximum parking requirement for a place of worship, so no additional parking exceptions or stormwater regulations will need to be put in place there. The applicant is also proposing some landscaping to go along Lock 4 Road as well with the sidewalk, and then some additional landscaping with these parking spaces over here to shield any headlights and things from emitting into the neighboring properties. The Planning Department recommends approval of Resolution 2026-016 with 21 conditions.
Charlie, any input from engineering?
Yes, so with this being a site plan and not going to a construction plan review, this is where we'll have all the detailed grading and stormwater plans. And so we've got several conditions that are reflected on there to meet this not having a construction plan review.
Okay, thank you. Is there a member present from the applicant?
Allison Turner with Greenwood Design. We're in agreement with most of the comments. The minimum driveway radius of 25 feet is a bit of a challenge to obtain. I'd like to try and have the option to work through something with engineering on that, because that will cause us to have to push the driveway even further over. And it's already just a little challenging because we were trying to utilize the existing driveway, but we're having to shift things in order to make that work. We could possibly look at a flared section since we're putting a driveway in, a sidewalk in, or
Which driveway? The south
southern
one?
driveway. The one adjacent to the property line on the south.
Yes, sir.
So isn't the 25-foot radius, doesn't that have to do with the fire trucks turning radius? I think it's a safety issue.
We would have it on the north side. So that would really only help the fire truck if they're continuing on down Lock 4 Road out of that parking lot on that south side.
But I guess now that he's bringing this up, would they not need I realize this is a one-way in and a one-way out, but would they not need the widened,
I'm more concerned about the southern radius, not so much the northern radius of that particular intersection, just because in order to maintain it on our property line extended to the road, we will have to push it further to the north.
Could someone use a highlighter to identify which entrance you're talking about? That's what I thought.
It's just, since it's a condition of approval, I'm having to talk to you about it as opposed to talk to engineering about it. So, because I don't believe it was on our initial comments.
Which is the side, like if you're coming in off of Lot 4, is it the left side of the entrance? Is that where you're having difficulty getting the 25-foot? Oh, it's that one up there.
No,
she's talking about the southern one, and she's talking about the very most southern radius of the driveway.
So why can't you just make the throat of the drive wider and get a much more gradual radius?
We'll still have to push it north.
Even if you make the throat of the drive really wide?
I guess if we push it off to the north.
I think
that's the whole point. We'd have to push it to the north.
But I think what's occurring right now is you've got, the adjacent property on the south has their driveway at the northern end as well.
Yeah, they parallel each other.
That's why you're having to skew the driveway.
Well, no, just good practice not trying to carry a radius from my property onto someone else's frontage. We try never to do that if we can avoid it. So.
Even if that frontage is in the right-of-way?
Even if that frontage is in the right-of-way, because then that restricts the neighbor from utilizing their property fully.
Yeah, but not having the radius also.
If it's a one-way drive, wouldn't the fire truck need to use both of those driveways?
So going in reverse up the driveway, you mean? Like going against the flow of traffic?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm still saying the fire truck is going to come from the north. They're not going to come from the southern end because the fire department's on Nichols Lane coming southbound. So they would be traveling southbound, probably come in through there. I mean, they might turn in, which would still give them the 25 feet, but it's highly unlikely they're going to come out of that church and go southbound on Lot 4 Road. But that's just
Engineering needs.
Is the driveway wide enough?
probably not. The driveway around the back of the church is 10 feet, maybe 12.
I mean, I know we have one-way directional of 20 feet.
Yeah, in
through
the
the
front,
parking
we
lot.
have full width.
But I mean, like, the actual physical drive from Lot 4. We have one that's 14 feet, and we have one that's 12.
I mean, I just want to be able to work with engineering on that to try and address it.
Well, if your request is to modify it to whatever satisfies engineering, I'd be okay with that, because I'm not an engineer, I don't know.
I know it's something you guys shouldn't have to be, but it's conditional approval.
Which condition?
So change the condition from
For 8.
the width to work with engineering to
It's a
satisfy
fire
their
marshal
concerns.
thing, we can work with engineering and the fire marshal on it.
So,
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with relying on staff.
okay, I'll make a motion to approve with all 21 conditions and modifying condition number 8 to put in parentheses after 8, or whatever makes engineering happy. No.
I like that. Perfect.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Perfect. Second.
Okay, 25 to, okay, I'll get a little bit more technical. Instead of whatever makes engineering happy is, or a radius up to that which is acceptable to engineering.
Aaron, are you comfortable with that language?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion. Second by Albert. Any further discussion or questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. Okay, next we have item number 17, Hunt Club Auto Dealership, rezoning with amended preliminary master development plan.
The owner and applicant request the Planning Commission recommend approval to the Gallatin City Council to rezone 6.77 acres from the MU Mixed Use District to the PGC Planned General Commercial District with an amended preliminary master development plan for the Hunt Club Auto Dealership located west of Hunt Club Boulevard and south of Nashville Pike. Some of the comments we've asked the applicant to address is providing a shrub screen along Nashville and Hunt Club Boulevard and next to the parking lot. There was some discussion in the work session about indicating an access to this parcel to the south, either if not a curb cut, at least on the plan that they will grant access there. A note explicitly specifying no vehicles will be parked anywhere except in designated spots. The current note says they will not be parked in buffer yards. We would like to see the elevations reworked to be 70% brick and stone to be more in line with the rest of Hunt Club as a whole. I'd like to see the photometric plan extend the measurements further to the west. They fall short of the border, so we can make sure the candle feet are appropriate. This is what is currently approved for the property. 2 multi-tenant retail buildings, Prior to this, the PMDP indicated this would be office and retail. The applicant has asked us to include some pictures of the Subaru dealership, which they also constructed. So we have done so at their request. They may have further comment on those, and a list of community involvement they have with Gallatin. We've received several letters and emails about this project. You will see them at the end of your packet. There's one on your desk that arrived in the meantime between the construction of the packet and this meeting. This will be a major amendment since it's a rezoning, so it will go to City Council. And there is public comment for this.
Okay, engineering, do you have anything to add?
Yes, sir. So there is a condition requiring this development to make a contribution totaling $70,583.88 towards the traffic signal installation at Hunt Club and Nashville Pike. And there is a condition that states that and how that was calculated.
Okay, thank you. Mary Ann, I will have to recuse myself from this item as I have a development adjacent to this. So John, you're going to have to take this over.
Okay. Before we hear from the applicant, we'll open a public comment. So if there's anyone that would like to come forward and speak, please line up along the wall there. And when you do come up to the microphone, please state your name and your address for the record. We're recording these minutes, so we want to get that into the recorded record as well. Since there's a lot of folks here who would like to speak, I do ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if someone else has made your same point, perhaps for everyone's benefit, say, I second what this individual said. But we want to give everyone a chance to speak. So if you'll go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Savannah Collins. I'm representing a business that's in the front of the Hunt Club development area. I work for a dental office there. I'm the practice manager. We've been there since February of 2022. We chose this location because it ideally sits on the line of Gallatin and Hendersonville. There's lots of development over there, and it seems spacious enough to be inviting and warming for a medical practice. I feel like this area has developed into professional medical area as well as the residential in the back. The existing buildings are thoughtfully designed. They're residential style architecture, landscaped and scaled appropriately to the area. The environment feels intentional, calm, and professional. That character is not accidental. Businesses here have invested significantly in creating a setting that supports healthcare and long-term professional services in the area. An auto dealership represents a fundamentally different intensity of use. Dealerships require expansive paved display areas, tall illuminated signage, high-intensity lighting, and frequent vehicle movement throughout the day. As well as if a service department is included, this introduces engine noises, delivery trucks, that much more transportation and haulers, and constant vehicle turnovers. That scale of activity shifts the corridor from a professional campus field to a high-traffic retail strip. This has real implications for property and business value. Professional and medical offices rely on stability, aesthetics, and accessibility. When this transitions to a higher intensity commercial use, it can discourage future medical or professional investments and reduce the long-term value of surrounding properties. Businesses like mine depend on maintaining a consistent professional environment for patient trust and retention. Traffic and safety are also a serious concern for this area. Our patients include elderly individuals, parents with children, and people already anxious about dental care. Increased congestion, test drives, and repeatedly entering and exiting the area, car haulers, unloading vehicles, and service traffic add complexity to an already busy intersection. Additionally, car dealerships attract customers from outside of the immediate area. Many of these drivers are unfamiliar with the Hunt Club Boulevard and surrounding traffic patterns, people doing U-turns in the front of the business, as well as just not knowing where to turn with all the traffic already turning off of Nashville Pike and not being a lot of traffic lights. It's just a lot of congestion. You have people who are going 50 miles an hour and then need to come to a stop to make a 90-degree turn, almost need to go down to like 10, 15 miles an hour, which causes a lot of traffic and potential for accidents. in healthcare, access and safety are not secondary concerns, they're essential to our practice. I'm not opposed to growth. Growth is important and necessary, but growth should align with the long-term vision for this area and be compatible with the businesses that have already invested here, as well as residents. I'm respectfully asking the commission to consider whether this rezoning preserves the professional character, property stability, traffic safety, and long-term value of Hunt Club Boulevard businesses and residents. Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't get the clock to turn off.
Hello, I'm Rachel Collins, 1575 Hunt Club Boulevard, Gallatin, which is actually in Hendersonville. A couple of you at least probably recognize that I am also an alderman in Hendersonville. So I'm coming here tonight not just representing myself or my family, but also my neighbors and my constituents. With as much decorum as possible, I would like to ask that people who are here on behalf of opposing this rezoning to please just raise your hand. It's been pretty unanimous. We haven't really had, I haven't spoken with anybody who supports this rezoning. Hunt Club is a unique neighborhood because we're in two cities. The business owners are part of our neighborhood. They do have their own business owners association separate from the residential part, but we are good neighbors to them and they're good neighbors to us. All of the residential section is in Hendersonville, and the business owners section is mostly Gallatin, but some of it is in Hendersonville. I just wanted to make sure everybody had that knowledge. There are a couple things that I've learned through my experience as being an alderman. One is that the work you do is very valuable, and I am certain that your city council views you as subject matter experts and will be watching this video and looking for your comments and your discussion to help them make their final decisions. And we appreciate that you're basically volunteers doing this and that it's not easy. Another thing I've come to realize pretty quickly is that my Ward 5 is very diverse, and I rely on people that live in different neighborhoods than I do to give me the perspective, because I don't live there, so I can't understand their perspective as fully as they do. So I want to share with you a couple of things that you may not realize about our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has intense walkability. You can come, if I come home at 10 o'clock at night, I will see somebody walking, at least one person. All weather, all hours of the day, we are walking. And we are walking clear to Johnny Cash Parkway, all hours of the day. And that is a significant part of the character of our neighborhood, which I am concerned that this rezoning may have a negative impact on. Another thing that's really important to the character of our neighborhood is the rock wall. It is historic.
Ms. Collins, I'll be happy to extend. How much longer would you need?
I'm going to be fast. I think,
Another minute, maybe?
yeah.
Okay, that'd be fine. You've been in our position too.
We're going to have, we've tried to limit our speakers because we know that your agenda is a Herculean effort tonight. We are going to hear people speak of the rock wall, the specific traffic patterns that come with a auto dealership that are distinctly different than those for the current zoning with retail and mixed-use development, and how we feel that distinction causes an acute problem for our neighborhood. We're going to address light pollution and noise pollution, specifically with the Service Bay area, which if it stood alone without car sales, that might even be considered light industrial. And that would certainly not be something that you would put in the middle of our, or at the front of our neighborhood. The character of our neighborhood is what we invested in, whether it's as a homeowner or as a business owner. We are asking that you maintain the zoning that you chose in order to maintain the character of our neighborhood and respect that that's the conditions we made the investments in our homes under. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Good evening, and thank you to the members of the Gallatin Municipal Planning Commission for your time and your service to the community.
I'm sorry, sir, could you state your name and address?
My name is Brenton Harris, and I live at 109 Tipperton Court. That is within the Hunt Club community and directly behind the parcel of land being considered for rezoning. I'm a husband of 13 years to my wife Ashley and father of 3 children, Paisley, Levi, and McKenna. I've spent 20 years in operations and logistics management, with the last 13 being specifically in the automotive industry. I'm not here to represent my employer nor speak their opinion of the matter. I'm here simply as a father, a neighbor, and a resident who understands the real-world implications of automotive logistics. My experience gives me unique insight into why rezoning would be fundamentally and permanently change the character and safety of our community. My family moved to Middle Tennessee 3 years ago, and like many families, we searched everywhere for a place that felt safe, welcoming, and right for our children. When I drove into Hunt Club for the first time, I saw kids' bikes scattered in the driveways, chalk art covering the sidewalks, and play sets in nearly every backyard. It was the kind of neighborhood that I had hoped to work hard enough to give my children. I knew growth and development was inevitable. The downtown skyline full of cranes made that very clear, and I knew the 7-acre parcel behind our neighborhood would be one that would be developed. I didn't take my realtor's word for it when he said it was zoned for mixed use. I did my own due diligence to determine that was so, and I was relieved because I saw the opportunities for small businesses, a restaurant I could become a regular at, a veterinarian's office, retail amenities that could assist me, or maybe be one day my children's first place of employment. What I never expected was a complete shift, one that feels frankly like a bait and switch to allow an automotive dealership and a repair center. As was mentioned, I'm not a Gallatin resident, and I'm a little confused about my Hendersonville residency. My address says Gallatin, my property taxes go to Hendersonville. I shop in Gallatin, my children play sports and go to school in Hendersonville. My 37066 zip code is designated Gallatin. I attend church in Gallatin. My trash is hauled away from Henderson. My electricity says Nashville, and my water says White House. I live on the property line between 2 neighbors, Gallatin and Hendersonville. And while Gallatin may see benefits of rezoning this parcel, I would ask that they consider the impacts to their neighbors. I'm here tonight to respectfully express my opposition to changing the zoning. My concerns are not theoretical or emotional guesses. They're grounded in real-world operational experiences, established planning principles, and an understanding of traffic safety risks heavy commercial vehicle operations create. Unlike mixed-use businesses, small businesses, medical office, an automotive dealership relies on multi-car haulers. Large commercial trucks often stretching 65 to 80 feet long. For 13 years, part of my job has been overseeing the movement of those exact vehicles. I know the risks they pose. Car haulers have limited visibility, large blind spots, limited maneuverability, and endanger pedestrians, cyclists, and passenger vehicles. They require large turning radii and often require multiple lanes or encroach on opposing lanes to turn. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, crash severity increases substantially with larger commercial vehicles due to their size, weight, and longer stopping distances. And there's frequent ingress and egress associated with car haulers. Dealership operations require regular loading and unloading, increased traffic conflicts at driveways and intersections, and these frequent loading and unloading cycles often takes 1.5 to 2 hours per truck. The plans submitted for this parcel include no designated loading or unloading area. The right-in and right-out driveway onto Main Street will be difficult for these trucks to use and maneuver. And quite frankly, from knowing many of the truckers that do this type of work, they wouldn't use it anyways. They'll stop wherever they can, medians, roadway shoulders, or neighborhood entrances. If the committee doubts this, I invite them to drive my daily commute from Hendersonville to Madison. They will see the car haulers parked in the medians or blocking lanes that are near the new dealership west of Center Point Road. This is not a one-off occurrence, it's an industry norm. These truck drivers are almost always third-party contractors. They typically are not employees of the dealership. They do not know our neighborhood. They have no investment in protecting our streets. They'll use Hunt Club Boulevard as a convenient place to stage trucks, blocking traffic and potentially delaying emergency services.
Mr. Harris, If I could, you've obviously got some industry expertise on this. Could you conclude with some bullet points of some items?
Yes.
Because I have given you extra time, and I want to be fair to everyone who wants to speak.
No, I appreciate the time. My main bullet points are this. An automotive industry creates an unsafe environment for the children that I am raising. I know that I cannot protect my children 100% of the time in this world. The events at my daughter's school last week proved just that. But I can stand out as a father and speak to the city I'm part of, that I'm a neighbor to, and urge them not to create additional risk for my family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jeff Coker, live at 101 Holand Street, and that's in the Hut Club.
What's your last name?
Coker, C-O-K-E-R. Live at 101 Holand Street, and that's in the Hunt Club subdivision. Obviously, we're within the city limits of Hendersonville, but despite our Gallatin address. I do want to mention, however, I grew up in Gallatin, graduated from Gallatin High School. I'm not just saying that for street cred with y'all either on that. There's a reason for that. When I was a kid, when we lived in the Woodhaven subdivision off Browns Lane, behind Lowe's there, we could hear from our house, we could hear the intercom systems at Ron Hibbard Toyota and North Lake Auto Mall from our house. That was, and those dealerships were much further from my home as a kid than where this dealership would be from our homes now. So when people bring up concerns about excessive noise, I want you to let you know that those are real. So please don't dismiss them. Before continuing, I do want to say thank you to all for the work that you do. I served 4 years on the Planning Commission there in Hendersonville, so I know the weight that goes into decisions like these. When considering rezoning requests, I always had two questions. One, is this good for the city as a whole? And two, is it the highest and best use for the property? A Mazda dealership would be welcome in Gallatin, but not at 1516 Hunt Club Boulevard. When evaluating commercial rezonings tied to a specific user like this one would be, another important question I would always ask is what happens if that business leaves? You're making 50-year decisions here on this. Car dealerships are notoriously difficult to repurpose. Most former new car dealerships simply become used car lots. That long-term reality matters. There's a reason this property is currently zoned mixed use. It aligns with the character surrounding the area and serves as a gateway into Gallatin. It's the city's front door. A car dealership dominated by surface parking lots does not reflect the visual appeal appropriate for such a prominent location. But beyond aesthetics, car dealerships are notoriously inefficient tax generators compared to other commercial uses as well. The nearby Honda dealership sits on just over 9¼ acres with a 37,000 square foot building, and it generates $20,313 worth of municipal property tax for the city of Gallatin. Compare that to the two buildings that house Edley's and ML Rose. Together, they total just 24,000 square feet on only 4 acres, so less than half the land, yet they generate $16,417 in city property taxes. Roughly 80% of the Honda site's property tax on less than half the footprint. When sales tax gets considered, the numbers get even worse. I have a friend in the auto industry that owns a dealership in Middle Tennessee. It's not in Gallatin, but he's very familiar with this. It's actually his partnership with auto dealers across the country. He told me, I asked him leading up to this, how many cars could a Mazda dealership expect to sell in Gallatin? He said 50 new cars each month and 50 used cars each month. Could you extend me the cars for about one more minute?
Yes, sir. We'll give you another minute.
No. Because local sales tax only applies to the first $1,600 of a vehicle purchase, the city receives a maximum of $36 per vehicle sold, regardless of the price. So at 100 vehicles per month, that equals $43,200 in annual sales tax revenue. Now compare that to a quick service restaurant. The average McDonald's generates over $4 million annually in revenue, all subject to local sales tax, resulting in over $100,000 per year for the city. A Chick-fil-A does more than $9 million per location, equating to roughly $225,000 of annual sales tax revenue. So I ask you the question, why approve a rezoning that neighbors oppose when it also fails to maximize the benefits to Gallatin? Lastly, as I finish up here, it's like, I believe in property rights and understand the owner wants to sell. However, if a buyer is unwilling to conform to the existing zoning, the proposal brought forward should improve the property, not negatively impact neighbors, generate lower returns for the city, or introduce safety concerns. The proposed right-in, right-out access onto Nashville Pike should be a non-starter. The nearby Honda dealership does not enjoy similar access. You go over to Maryland Farms, neither the Andrews Cadillac nor the Land Rover dealership has direct access onto Old Hickory Boulevard there. Here, the proposed entrance would sit dangerously close to Stone Ridge Farms apartments, and the exit would align with Hunt Club Boulevard turnoff. TDOT may say it's okay, but having vehicles slowing to enter Hunt Club at the same point others are accelerating uphill to merge into traffic on Nashville Pike is going to create accidents. We see them every day through that corridor. For these reasons, impact to nearby businesses and residents, long-term land use concerns, tax underperformance, aesthetics, and safety, I respectfully ask for your vote against the proposed rezoning to deny the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gina Vandervelt. I'm both a resident in Gallatin, but tonight I'm speaking about my business. I am a nurse practitioner, and I'm the owner of Vita Aesthetics at 1501 Hunt Club Boulevard, so directly adjacent to where this proposed dealership would be. I am definitely not here opposing growth, but I am here as someone who made a significant investment based on the existing mixed-use zoning of this property, and my business will be directly and materially harmed if that zoning is changed. When we chose this location, we did so intentionally. The mixed-use designation created a predictable environment, professional offices serving as a transition between Gallatin Pike and the Hunt Club neighborhood. That balance is what made the site viable for a medical aesthetics practice like mine. We first started this process in 2018, early 2019. So while my building didn't go up, I didn't move in until 2022, I have been a resident inside of the Hunt Club since January 1 of 2020. And it's always been the plan that everything would be mixed use, so we thought we would fit in, appropriately. We are currently planning to and have been approved to construct a second building next to Vita. That expansion represents substantial capital investment and long-term commitment to this community. Our ability to lease that building to medical and professional tenants depends entirely on maintaining a compatible environment that is quiet, accessible, and appropriately scaled. Rezoning the adjacent parcel to commercial, particularly for auto-oriented use, fundamentally alters that environment. Noise, as others have said, is not a minor inconvenience for us. It directly affects our core service model. We perform medical and aesthetic procedures that require privacy, calm, quiet environments, and patient comfort. Service bays, delivery trucks, vehicle movement, alarms that are in very close proximity would very much affect that, and landscaping buffers will not eliminate that the noise at close range. Additionally, mixed-use designation supports a balanced environment of small professional offices and neighborhood-scale businesses that grow organically together. That type of ecosystem strengthens local enterprises by creating synergy, shared customer bases, and compatible operating patterns. Converting this parcel to higher-intensity commercial shifts the corridor away from our small business model and towards a highway-oriented commercial pattern that really it does not support the kind of professional clustering we all invested in. The bottom line is this: rezoning materially reduces our leasing prospects for the second building, weakens our long-term property value, and increases operational risk for an established local business that relied on the current zoning when investing here. Once commercial zoning is granted, the intensity is permanent, and the character of this gateway changes permanently. So I respectfully ask the Commission to consider whether this change protects existing small business investment and maintains appropriate land use compatibility at this entrance, or whether it prioritizes a single commercial expansion at the expense of established property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderbilt.
Hey, y'all. Matt Morgado. I'm 1567 Hunt Club Boulevard, which, as you all know now, is Gallatin address and Hendersonville designation. I've heard tons of things that I agree with, and so I'll try to be brief and not recycle what I've already heard. A couple quick things. One, so the average dealership is going to create about 69 jobs. A retail full-service restaurant is going to create about 30 jobs. So if you've got 3 or 4 restaurants, you're actually eliminating jobs by putting something like this in something that's already designated for retail, restaurant, and office. And I also want to speak a little bit about, I'm a commercial lender. I'm a senior vice president of a community bank. And look, when you start mixing actual commercial with office, and in our case, predominantly medical office, you create a lot of reasons for people to exit this office space. So while you might entertain one new development, you could very well seriously damage the development that's already there. And then we've got a whole bunch of office coming in behind us. That could be damaged as well. So we might be creating a huge problem with high-paying jobs that are already here in favor of something else that's going to give lesser jobs, and we've already heard the impact long-term. So last thing is, you guys did it right. This is properly zoned. Everything plays well. It's a great entrance into the community. My family shops. We do all of our grocery shopping, all of our medical in Gallatin. You guys have done it right. Don't break what you did right. That's what I ask.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Brenda Payne. I live at 1595 Hunt Club Boulevard. I agree with everything that has been said by my neighbors, and I appreciate their very professional way of expressing that. I really have a couple of things. My husband and I moved into the Hunt Club probably longer ago than most of the folks who have talked here tonight. We've been there for 10 and a half years. We moved there intentionally as a downsize and for our forever home. The recognition that there was already commercial in front, we understood. I am not against development. For those of you who don't know, I've been in the chamber business for a long time, since about 1999. I have been a member of 11 chambers, and in fact, my last position was running the Hendersonville Chamber. I am not against development at all. But what I am against is development that does not fit the character of the area that it is being pushed to be built in. So I don't need to tell you a lot of things that other people have said tonight. I do recognize that there can be unintended consequences that I think all of you need to understand. The reason I'm here primarily is because not only am I a resident, but because I really am concerned and support the business community that exists in our neighborhood. It's been said much more eloquently than I can say it tonight, but the reality is if I were sitting in VITA and trying to have an aesthetic procedure done and heard the loudspeakers and the cars being unloaded with the crashes and that sort of thing, it just doesn't make any sense to continue a business there with that sort of process. So I agree with what Matt said at the very last. And that is, the Gallatin Planning Commission did a great job almost 20 years ago developing the right kind of zoning for that area. It's consistent with who we are. And I would ask that you do no harm to the residents and to the businesses there. One last thing that I want to talk about is the rock wall. And I want to make sure that people understand, although I know that you may not even realize that there's a rock wall there, there's also a big rock tower there. The property that we're located on has been a horse farm, it's been a fox hunting place, it's been significantly a historical place within that area of Gallatin for over 200 years. President Andrew Jackson rode horses there and fox hunted there. And so I would respectfully ask that whatever happens, however this gets rezoned, that you require in writing that that rock wall not be destroyed, because it was a big part of why we moved there. It's iconic in the area along with that tower. It's a significant landmark for those of us who moved and many of our residents. So I respect the job that you have to do tonight and understand that it's a difficult one, but I am in opposition to this particular rezoning and ask respectfully that you also vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Coleman. I'm a resident of the Hunt Club. I think my neighbors and the business owners at the Hunt Club very well put the points of concern with the residents and business owners. You've been kind enough to give them extra time to explain our positions. I thank you for that. I'm just going to be brief that we did buy, my family and I, our house over a decade ago. We agree with our current zoning as it is and urge you to not change it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening again, folks. Marty Cook, 100 Bluegrass Commons. In this matter, I've been retained by the business owners of Hunt Club, the homeowners of Hunt Club, and members of the community of Stone Ridge to address you with regard to this zoning change. As you have heard, the general theme here seems to be the character of that community that is there and not wanting to disturb that character. And you all are well aware of the factors and the findings that you all are required to follow under both state and local guidelines. One of them is this proposed rezoning in agreement and consistent with the land use recommendations of Plan Gallatin, including general urban character area? As Mr. Rose said earlier with regard to another project that was before you all tonight, that general urban character versus general residential character is very broad. It really doesn't provide a whole lot of guidance. But I would ask you, while a commercial use such as a car dealership can be allowed in a general urban character area and can be appropriate in such an area, in this particular instance, on this particular lot, is it the best use when you consider the immediate surroundings and the history of this master development plan and this community? A second factor you're to look at is, will the rezoning adversely affect adjoining property owners? You've heard tonight from the adjoining business owners, several of them. You've heard from several of the adjoining homeowners, and it is their opinion that this would in fact impact their property values, perhaps their ability to lease office space that they may own or look to develop. And so we believe that factor would weigh in favor of a negative recommendation. Thirdly, and most importantly, one of the factors you are supposed to consider is you must find that the amended plan and rezoning will be compatible with the surrounding environment and will protect the public health, safety, and welfare, and will not be injurious to other property or improvements in the area which the property is located. So why is this rezoning, why is this use not compatible with the surrounding area? You may ask yourself, well, there's a Gallatin, a Honda dealership just up the road. I would submit that the history of these two developments and of these two development plans is markedly different, and this supports our position that for this particular area, the retail car dealership just doesn't fit. When you look at the commercial components of these two plans and these two areas, they've intentionally developed very differently. When you look at Savannah Marketplace, it started with the Kroger, and then the retail developed around that in a complementary way to the Kroger. And I think a lot of us agree, as Mayor Brown said, we all enjoy the restaurants and other retail facilities that have now come in the Savannah Marketplace area, and that's what that plan was designed to support. And kudos to Mr. Hoffman for bringing those uses there that we all enjoy. If you look at the history of the Hunt Club, it's markedly different. From the start, that plan called for office use in the commercial components of that development. That's what.
Let me ask, if I may, Mr. Cook. No, I recognize that you've been retained by a lot of these folks to speak, and so I should give you longer to speak. How much more time would you need? And I'll be happy to.
Not even one moment.
Oh, well, that's fine. Go ahead.
So if you look at that, I think it is different. It is what these business owners and what these property owners expected. Of course, they knew that that strip along Gallatin Road had been zoned commercial forever. But what type of commercial? It was been zoned mixed use. That's how it developed. That's how the uses that are there now have existed and how they have been used over the years, and that's what everyone has come to expect. Last year, this body and the council did approve a revised plan that allowed for some retail on this exact lot. And there was not significant opposition to that because even though that was retail use and not office use, it was smaller boutique type offerings that could have been small shops, could have been other types of offices, could have been small coffee shops, restaurants, but that would have been in keeping with the expectation of the types of uses that these business owners and these homeowners expected when they made investments in these properties. So because of that, we would submit that it is different from Savannah, it is unique, and that this particular use is not a good fit and not a good complement. And for that reason, we would respectfully request that this go forward with a negative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Rosemary Bates, again, with the Economic Development Agency. I have a couple of comments to make and a question that I realize you cannot answer in a public comment situation. But I'm hoping you will ask staff to address this when it is there, when you come out of this public comment area. In looking through the zoning ordinance for this MU, which is what it is currently zoned, again, it allows for all the residential uses, including apartments, which has gotten a negative connotation in Gallatin lately. Not that I think it should be negative, but it has. But it also allows for short-term rental units meeting the requirements of Section 12.02, which is Airbnbs. And they don't have the best reputation because they tend to be party houses. Community facilities, it does allow for utility and vehicular. When you go to the definitions of utility and vehicular, there is no utility definition. There's a utility use definition, but there is no utility definition. There are two vehicular definitions, one of them including what this applicant would like to do. Somehow, the planning staff has made an editorial decision that one of the uses fits, but the other doesn't. And the one they don't say fits is this particular development. But that's a given use. That's not a conditional use under the current zoning. Also, it allows for food service, which they have indicated that the neighbors have indicated they would like to see, and I can understand that. It also allows for, excuse me, let me get to the right page. It also allows for general retail sales and service. You have already made the decision it doesn't have to be offices because you approved a commercial development. Limited retail, medical office, research service, transient habitation, including short-term rental units. So it can be a version of a hotel. And by right, with no going to the city council. And I understand that if I were concerned about impact on my neighborhood, I would be more concerned about a hotel or transient habitation where people are living as their home or they're staying in it because they're working here for a month or something like that. And there are only so many requirements you can make in MU about what a building can look like. This particular change allows you to demand more from the developer than straight zoning. And I'm looking at Mr. Hamilton and I'm like, I am not an attorney. I used to be on the planning commission, so I'm hoping that you'll help explain some of this. So there already are very impactful uses that are 24/7, 365 uses, like a hotel or the Airbnb rentals. This is not a 24/7, 365 use. I understand their concerns. At the same time, while the good lady from Hendersonville asked them to raise their hand about who lives in the Hunt Club or who's opposed to it. I'm not going to ask anybody to raise their hand, but they live in the city of Hendersonville. They do not pay property taxes in the city of Gallatin unless they own property in the city of Gallatin. And yes, they are spending their sales tax dollars here, but they're not paying for the fire service, the roads, and all the utility infrastructure just with their contributions to the sales tax. One fire hall, the revenue from one fire hall can pay, the revenue from one automobile dealership like this can pay for the salaries of one fire hall for a year. And as we're growing, we're adding fire halls, and we'll have to add more. So you need to consider what the impact is on our infrastructure that way. Also, one of the concerns I read in some of the letters is that their property value will go down. When the Subaru moved into the area that it is in front of the condos that come off of South Browns Lane in early 2020, those condos were going for about $215,000. Today, they sell for $330,000. So that argument is not valid because the value of those condos, excuse me, I was very respectful of you, and I didn't make comments about what you were saying.
I'll take care of it, Rosemary. I do ask that everybody give her the same courtesy that you would want to be extended. And I do ask, Rosemary, I want to, you've brought up great points, but I wanted to give Mr. Marty Cook additional time as a representative of those and
Okay,
of
well, if
everyone.
I can have some additional time too, if I
yes,
run
ma'am,
over,
I
since
can.
I'm paid for by the city and he's paid for by
That's what I'm asking is
Okay.
but
If I can
keep
have
it
more time, that'd be
commensurate
great.
with what I did there.
Okay. So I have looked at I've looked these up. I'm not like making numbers up here. So the argument about property value I don't think is valid. I do understand the concerns of the businesses next door. I don't know why they think a car dealership would be any more impactful than a 24/7, 365 McDonald's on the corner, which has more traffic and more loudspeakers and more business outside the times that this business will be open. I live in a condo development that has commercial at the front of it. It could be more intensive than it currently is. And I knew that when I moved in. I understand they thought it was going to be offices, but you've already made the decision it does not have to be offices. You have a site plan right now that could be built. If a hotel came in, you would have to decide up or down on a hotel not going to city council. So, and the Airbnb or other transient habitation. So I'm just pointing those things out. I think there's been a lot said primarily because they don't understand or haven't seen the presentation. This developer and owner has been a model business in the city of Gallatin, has contributed thousands and thousands of dollars to our local nonprofits, and has, when they were coming into the facility that the Subaru is in, they bent over backwards to meet with the residents and hear their concerns and address them, and they did. There has not been one complaint from that condo community since they opened, and that condo community is right at the back of the property, and they can actually see down on that Subaru. These folks, I don't think will be able to see the dealership from the topography that they're on. And I would like for you to consider the merits and not that you have a room full of people who just don't like the idea and feel like their life will be ruined because of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Well, do we have anyone else who would like to speak in the public hearing? One more? If I could remind you, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Richard San Miguel. My wife and I live at 107 Howland Street, Gallatin, 37066. I don't know what I just heard, but we oppose this, whatever you want to call this, this dealership, rather. When we've been in the Hunt Club for 11 years. when we came here, I went over to find the history of the Hunt Club. And just like they have been saying about the rock wall, about the tower, about the history of the area where we live, that to me is very important because I mean, if you can go out and just close your eyes and kind of vision what this was like, and now you want to put a car dealership in front. I oppose that, and I'm also going to oppose where I have to wait for a traffic light to be put in there because you want to put a car dealership there. I have raised the question when we have our HOAs about a traffic light because it's horrendous. It's supposed to be 45, it's 50. And the traffic up and down that corridor is horrible. I just like to keep it safe because, like I said, we've been here 11 years. We've seen a lot of these little kids growing up to young adults. That's one of the reasons why we lived in a place like this, because it helps when you're older, like we are. It does something to your life because you've watched all these kids. All these neighbors have come to express this. I mean, that just blows my mind, and I'm glad they did because this is an important topic to us. It hits home. We love Tennessee. We've been, like I said, we would come out twice a year, and we would try to see what it was like. Gallatin, the square, that sold me because it was rural. It was the way it was supposed to be. Now, 11 years later, I understand growth, but it's just place upon place upon place. I do cycling every day, 20 to 30 miles a day, and I see the changes when I go into Gallatin and I go into Hendersonville. But I'm here to tell you that we oppose this because the Hunt Club to us is home. History, the block wall, the rock wall, the tower, across the way there, I mean, it's incredible. I've always wanted to have a place like this, and now I do. I don't know what this lady was talking about before me. I don't get it. I don't know where she gets her information, but bottom line is I don't want the car dealership there. I don't want to have to wait for a stoplight. I want it now.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Name Troy Goulot. Live at 106 Stoddard Street, Gallatin, 37066. I have to start by saying that there's been great points made tonight. Even prior to starting our case tonight, very impressed with everything, the way that you guys have gone through every case, listened to everything, listened to all points, make very good adjustments along the way. But I want to get a little past some of what's being said here with even just the history of the Hunt Club. Again, every community, every location has history. And yeah, it should be retained. There was just obviously a write-up on the Hunt Club, which of course was distributed throughout all of Gallatin. It being the lead into Gallatin, it's a great location. Fell into it 6 years ago when I moved down here. But being in construction and also being part of real estate for 6 years up north, I think there's an impact more than just the whole community thing and what it used to be. It's people who move into an area and they obviously, when it comes to housing, we're all expecting it's an investment. And we're expecting that is something that's going to increase in value, not go down in value. And so when someone purchases into something and they expect that that's their nest egg and that's something that they're going to have and they're going to sell down the road and they're going to make something on it. And, at this point, it kind of feels like playing cards with a sibling and the rules change and all of a sudden the zoning is going to change and you know, it's like, oh, wait, we're not playing on an equal field here. So it just would be nice that, you know, we could kind of look at things the way they were expected, as we could have something come in there. And if it means that we take a chance and something comes in that is a small hotel, which I highly doubt is going to be someplace that someone wants to put a hotel, then I guess that's a chance that would be taken on our part. I just don't see that happening. Again, it's the entry point to Gallatin. I do feel that it's zoned properly. What should go there is something that's going to, again, assist those places that are already there. So again, as someone said, I think it was done right in the first place, and I'm hoping that you guys can really kind of consider that. The big thing too is the safety. We have shoot lane, we have big station camp, we have congestion with schools. You know, and safety is a huge thing. I went in real estate and someone wanted money back on a purchase because they just had their inspection done. And they're like, I don't want to purchase this house because, or wait a minute, I want money here, I want money there. The one thing that you were going to go back at that seller for are the safety items. You can't expect something out of carpet that needs stretching, or you got to go after the things that make sense. And right now, the thing that doesn't make sense is the safety factors around this location for a car dealership. You have people pulling in and out of there to test drive cars all the time. That's not the place to have that. And again, those car haulers, as it was said, they're not gonna pull in there. They're gonna park in the wrong location. And one of those car haulers is gonna show up when someone's trying to get to school. Someone's trying to pull in and out of locations that they can't, again, change that time that they can do that. So again, I just please ask that you think through this. So appreciate it.
Sir, could you repeat your name, please? Could you repeat your name? Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Josh Mitchell. I live at 137 Compton Street. I'm just going to go based off safety here. I have experience in automotive business with car dealerships. I also formerly owned a transportation company that I sold about 4 years ago. I involved CDL and non-CDL drivers. I will tell you exactly how they will be. They will come down Nashville Pike. They will either park in the turn lane or emergency lane to unload. They will park in the median. If they do not go there, they will come down Hunt Club Boulevard and park there. Hopefully, but you know they'll do it, they won't pull down the road behind the dealership and be nosed in to where they have to back out to try it. They can't make a turn on Hunt Club Boulevard to turn around. I would invite you to come to our roundabout, which coincidentally in the past 3 or 4 days, someone with a tandem axle trailer tried to do it. They have driven through our roundabout, they destroyed a road sign, and left. I don't know if we have camera footage of it or not. I also want to mention this because up until last year, I was driving a school bus for Sumner County Schools, and I personally have driven the route through Hunt Club and the route through the apartments next door. The route took me in the apartments and out the back entrance of behind the dealership. If there's a car hauler there, that will block that route. If there's a car hauler parked on Hunt Club, that will block that route. If there's a car hauler parked there, that will block the vision of the driver pulling out of Hunt Club Boulevard. You can make the determination of what all of those can do. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Annie Nesbitt. I live in 106 Tipperton Court, and my family and I moved to the Hunt Club short 2.5 years ago. And I can tell you that if there was a car dealership there, that would have not been a neighborhood that we would have considered. We were looking for a safe neighborhood, and the Hunt had not only that, but also the personality that we were looking for our family. And just the answer to the lady that came up here, I know that she wants to, I don't know who she is, to be honest with you, but I'm sure that there's that side of that wants to build that dealership, and there's an investment that they're looking into putting there, but that will bring down my property value we have worked really hard and invested a lot of our savings in that home that we want to be our forever home. And now it's looking like it could change. And I ask you to respectfully consider that and to keep the Hunt the place that it is, and that will provide for our children, hopefully, the rest of their, I'm sorry, English is not my first language, that it will provide them the time that they will go to school before they go to college, and just be home with us in that beautiful setting that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If there is no one else, I will close the public hearing, and I would like to say that the reason I gave Mr. Marty Cook additional time to speak is that he was represented by a number of homeowners, and I felt like he needed to speak on behalf of several people, so we gave him extra time. The reason I gave Ms. Rosemary Bates extra time to speak is she is with the Gallatin Economic Development Agency, so she was speaking on behalf of the interest of Gallatin. At this time, we'll hear from a representative for the applicant.
Good evening. How many minutes do I have?
Well, the applicant has more than 3 minutes, so please give a presentation, and I hope that you can address some of the concerns that you've heard here tonight in the public comment.
My name is Randy Perry, work for Goodwin Mills Cablewood, 3310 Weston Avenue. I am a resident of Gallatin, and I live up behind Lowe's, if everybody knows where that is. You guys have a difficult decision to make tonight. We can stipulate a couple of things. The majority of those who oppose are in this crowd tonight, and they make good points. The majority of those who oppose this also live in the city of Hendersonville, and this is a development for the city of Gallatin. The property is unique, and it's difficult because, as we all know, there's a commercial corridor of Gallatin that extends west into Hendersonville, or you can look at it the other way. Hendersonville surrounds a piece of Gallatin. Regardless, there is a city limit that separates these two.
I didn't start that, sorry.
So what we are wanting to do is develop this corner. Make no mistake, this ownership group with Mazda is the same ownership group, the same design team who developed the Subaru. And we did hear some figures a gentleman calculated earlier. Gain Robinson is with the ownership group, and at some point tonight, I want him to read the actual numbers, which are vastly greater than what we heard earlier. There was reference to the amount of benefit that the city of Gallatin could see. Part of what we've done to address some of the comments, safety has been brought up many times. I'll just explain the way the site works. It could be confusing for some, but the right-in, right-out on Nashville Pike includes a decel turn lane. That actually gets the cars off of Nashville Pike so that they can make a safe movement. That's a benefit to safety. The turn lane into Hunt Club that exists now is lengthened with this plan. So that actually gets longer and adds more storage as you're turning right. And it is, like I said, I live in Gallatin. It is 50,000 cars a day running through there. Another point that was brought up is the amount of new trips that are added to an automobile dealership. We have a traffic engineer that provided a traffic count letter to staff, and the traffic counts, the trips in a car dealership are much less than a retail development. So, and I have the report with me. It's 44 trips in the AM peak, 54 trips in the PM peak. That is a very low number. In fact, it wasn't even high enough to reach the threshold that would kick it into requiring a traffic study. So I just wanted to, those are some of the facts from an engineering design perspective. And yes, it's dangerous everywhere. One other part of safety is if we develop this corner, then you're getting a portion of those funds, $70,000 I think is the contribution, towards the signal. I agree, a signal would be great at that. It used to be there. And if that signal was there now, your movement on to Nashville Pike from Hunt Club would be safer. That, again, is a benefit to the safety or the problem with safety with the new development. The notion that it won't be developed is a false notion. With the growth in Gallatin, this commercial corridor is going to be developed. So what could that be? It may be medical office. It could be retail. It could also be a number of other things. And part of a rezoning is a bird in hand approach. This is what we're bringing to the city. It's a clean, safe development. It's much smaller than the Honda. It has much smaller footprint than the Honda. And I disagree with Marty. I think it's very similar to the Honda. In fact, it's a rezone of an automobile dealership that's close to a residential subdivision that's in a different city. And to me, that's more similar than not. I think it does fit with the character. The comments came up earlier about architectural standards, and we had asked for a waiver originally. And I was talking to Gain, and he's like, we don't want to do that. We will comply with the architectural standards as written in the city code. Yeah, there it is, just the first one, I think. Second one. The rest of the comments are standard comments that we don't have a problem with complying with. Another benefit with Mazda is the community involvement that this ownership group has. That list that was shown earlier isn't just Gallatin. There's Beach High School on there, there's other Sumner County entities that benefit from this ownership group. So this is our bird in hand approach. We are bringing you what we believe is a good, clean development on a corner that could be, by rights, what I would consider a lesser use. So let me read some of those. I live in Gallatin, I'll say that again. Apartments is a hot button. You may be aware of that. Apartments are allowed by rights. There wouldn't be a rezoning, there wouldn't be a neighborhood meeting if we wanted to develop apartments. What is baked into a rezoning is the restriction against uses. If this gets rezoned with this site plan, this PMDP, that runs along with it until such time as if the developer, a meteor hits and the deal falls apart, then you would have to rezone it with another PMDP. So that PMDP runs with the zoning. It wouldn't then be knocked down and turned into apartments, or what else could be there? Duplex, short-term rentals, transient housing, a nursing home, food service, utility and vehicular. There are some conditional uses, a convenience sales, a C-store, or a drive-through restaurant. Those are all the things that would not be there if we rezone it to the PGC with the Mazda dealership. What's lighting? We have a half-a-foot candle max at the property line. In fact, staff wanted us to actually extend those foot candles even further west because we have a bit of a dark zone on the west side near the Stone Ridge Apartments. The Subaru dealer itself is it's considered a boutique dealership. It's not a Ford, it's not a Chevrolet. That's why the footprint, the building, and everything else is reduced and shrunk. Noise levels, there are no PAs. That's not what occurs at this dealership. The service is all internal, and every service bay, and not all of them are exposed. There's an overhead door that you go into the service bays. They're high-speed doors, and they remain closed at all times. If you hear people talking in the parking lot, then that is something we could not control. As far as visibility, each property line on this development has a buffer. In fact, with the PGC, which the PUD gives you more control, which means more from the developer. The buffers along this property are even more substantial than what a straight zone would be because it is a PUD, it is a PGC rezone. The distance from, someone said that their property's back up to this. Well, that's also not true. There's the building, the property behind us, the office condos, and then the city limits. And as a crow flies, you can measure from where the building would be. The closest house is about 700 feet away. So one right there on the end of that cul-de-sac. From where the Mazda building would be, it's about 700 feet. So the notion that we're right on top of them just isn't true. It just isn't true. The neighbors are in a situation where there is a commercial corridor, and I get it. The goal would be not to develop it ever, but that's just not reality. Part of what else we would do is repair the horseboard fence. The rock wall doesn't get touched. It's specifically excluded on the PNDP. That doesn't get touched. And respectfully, we would like for this body to consider the benefit to the city of Gallatin and its economic input, plus the bird in hand approach of bringing a clean, safe development with those safety improvements that run along with it, and the use restrictions against what can't be built there with this rezoning request. I would like Gain to read off some of the actual dollars that get sent into the coffers he pulled them up earlier, even before we heard the calculations, and it's a big number. Gain, he's with the ownership group for Mazda.
Good evening. As Randy said, I'm Gain Robinson. I represent the developer and the owners of this future Mazda dealership. As he mentioned, some of the tax numbers that have been given to me by our sister dealership down the road at Subaru and this is very similar in scale and scope to that. You know, with revenue to the state of Tennessee, it's $3.8 million. City and county is around $1.5 million. And then city and county business taxes around $100,000. And then the property taxes on this property after we develop it will be very similar to that of Subaru in around $40,000. So I just wanted to clarify what we recognize that we pay in taxes into the city of Gallatin and into Sumner County as well. I think something that it's important to note, I was up here about 6-7 years ago, and prior to that time, we were given the opportunity to be what they call an open point for Subaru. And the Subaru executives, in their wisdom, wanted to be back closer to Nashville, further down the road. And I took a tour up here around that time and really saw what Gallatin was doing, really saw the growth of Gallatin. And I went back to the ownership and I said, we need to be in Gallatin. Gallatin is the place that I think has the future for the growth that we want to expect for this brand, any other opportunity to have and develop. And that got to the point where we had to bring in the executives from Subaru. They flew in, they saw Gallatin, they said, yes, you're right, we agree with you, we need to be in Gallatin. And so fast forward to 2020, the day the pandemic started, we opened Subaru of Gallatin, and it's been a great success. And I think we've been a great, civic partner, not only with how we chose to do our development, involve the neighbors in developing that facility. We put in a dog park. We met with the HOA. We give them opportunities to use our facility for their community meetings. We support over 15 different philanthropic organizations in and around Gallatin. And so we understand it's important to be a part of the community, and I think we've really put our best foot forward in that regard. And you will not see us a step down from that on a future development like this. This is important to us. We want to be in the city of Gallatin because we want to replicate the success we had just down the road. And, with Honda being 700 yards to our east, we think we're in the corridor of where dealerships are. And we believe that we're on a safe corner now that this traffic signal that was approved prior to our interest to this site came about. I think it'll be an even safer site when we go there. I think that the restrictions that they talk about with regard to, safety and visibility and light, we can solve all of those, and or if they're not already solved. So I just respectfully ask that y'all consider all the points that Randy made, and I just appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Gang. So at this point, I'll open it up for questions from the members of the committee.
One of the concerns that was brought up was the delivery of the vehicles. Do you have a plan in place to address that?
We do, and it can be improved. The gentleman that drove the bus and owned the trucking company, he does make a good point. The service road is the one that's perpendicular to that back entrance drive. The back entrance drive is on our property. It is covered with a 57-foot access easement. It's a recorded easement. So there is a continuous easement along that driveway, but that road is part of the property. The road that's perpendicular to that is only 30 feet wide, and we would widen that for the point that the gentleman made. It's a good point, and our radii need to be wider, and that is where we would widen for the deliveries.
So I want to be sure I'm clear on that. That road, the backage road that runs in front of the dental office and other offices that are back there, the one that runs from east to west, that is part of your property.
Correct.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, the rectangle that you can see right there in the southeast corner is not a part, but the road is, and the cul-de-sac. In fact, that's something that, is really, it's a moot point, but we maintain if we were to own the property, the maintenance of that road falls to Mazda.
So I have a question for staff. If that's not a dedicated public street, that's theirs, how are those medical practices in the buildings back there, how are they accessing an easement?
It has an easement over it.
What does that mean?
It has
It's a private street. It's not a public street, but it does have I believe on the plans, it's saying a 57-foot ingress, egress, and public utility and drainage easement across it.
Okay.
From Hunt Club Boulevard all the way to the cul-de-sac, that entire road is in a public access easement that the landowner maintains.
And that landowner being you? Well,
Hopefully.
okay,
Well-
yeah, the landowner being this property in question that we're talking about. And that serves as a secondary ingress, egress for the apartments? Does that connect all the way over to them?
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you say it's a public easement, so anybody can use it?
It is a ingress and egress, and it's a public utility and drainage easement, so yes.
So you talked about the right in, right out off of Nashville Pike. Is that the planned entrance for the transport carriers? Does it have the radius required for the transport trucks?
It does to get them out. I don't like the layout, especially where the bile pond is. The bile pond is about twice the size it needs to be. And I was talking to Gain earlier. Yes, that is how they'd enter the site. But then we would drop that bile pond and move that double stack to open up that back drive. So the truck would come in off Nashville Pike and then roll behind the building and back or head into the loading service drive at the back. I don't like that layout. I did it, but I don't like it.
Are you saying that you would shift the bow pond to the right and move your rear service access entrance over to the left corner to be in line with your right in, right out path?
That is, no, but I like that. That's what I think that's actually better. What I was going to do is squeeze the detention pond and widen the back road behind the building. So what we do, to let you know how we design those things, there are some rules of thumb on turning radius, and depends on the size of the vehicle. WB67, that's a full-size tractor trailer with a 53-foot trailer, and then they're smaller. And any development that goes in there, whether it's retail or an auto dealer or a medical office building, there'll be some type of delivery truck that comes in and out. The entrance is designed that way. There's also an automotive modeling software that we use called AutoTurn that animates any type of vehicle, really, that you want to input it, from ladder trucks to dual tandem trailers, anything. And it will then create an envelope that shows where the trailer and the wheels overhang. And with that software, you then find tune this design. This is a preliminary master development plan, and that's an important piece is, this is not a final master development plan. This is a concept plan. It has not been a detailed design applied to it. The feedback that we've got tonight will then go into the FMDP as part of the next phase that comes before you again. You get to see this again in its fully completed designed form.
Will your trucks offload on the baggage road, or will they unload on the property?
Sorry, say
In that it's a cul-de-sac, where's your trucks going to offload? Are they going to park on your drive in the back, or they going to go on the property and offload?
They would park in the little drive that goes north and south that runs between the detention pond and the rectangular piece. Yeah, up and down. That's where they would stage.
So it wouldn't block the access to the other persons in the
No, sir.
apartment complex?
No, sir. That's part of the reason we did it that way, is to get those trucks.
So is enough radius for them to turn around, or would they have to back out?
There's not enough radius now. In fact, that's what we would add into the FMDP as a part of what I was just mentioning to John on using the design software. But the concept would be what you see. It wouldn't be very much different. In fact, from the building all the way to Hunt Club and all the way to Nashville Pike wouldn't change. It would just really be the drive from the right and right out and back out for.
Reason I asked that, there's a school bus that comes that offloads at the apartment complex adjacent to it, right? You probably don't know, but the school bus comes out of the complex on that access road over to Hunt Club Boulevard. And I'm trying to see if you've got a truck parked there, if it would obstruct the
Would not.
school bus and the other persons.
Our trucks would be completely on the property off of that back road. We wouldn't be on the back road. And how often do we get deliveries? One a week? A maximum of one delivery a week. And the notion that it's a constant delivery, cars are running around, there's test drives, engines are revving, that's also not true with this Mazda development. Everything on the Mazda is similar to the operational elements, if you want, of Subaru. It operates in generally the same way, the number of cars that get sold, the number of deliveries.
Question for staff. So confirmation, tonight, we're voting on rezoning, not this plan as it's seen today.
Both, right?
Both. So it's amending the Hunt Club plan, also rezoning this parcel. So both actions are a part of
And
this.
currently, under MU, this type of business is approved.
Under MU, you're not allowed to do car sales.
Thank you.
That was the purpose for the rezoning.
Well, I was confused by one comment. Someone said that it was subjective as to whether, I think Rosemary said it was subjective as to whether it was allowed or not. Can
Utility
you
and
respond to that?
vehicular is things that are more city or community uses, like police departments or fire stations, substations. That's what utility and vehicular is.
Okay.
Car sales is not allowed in MU.
And there's separate uses listed in the zoning ordinance. So one of them clearly depicts the word sales in the description, and the other does not. So and then there's actually a specific definition in the zoning ordinance that gives clarity to the utility and vehicular uses versus the craft sales type thing.
I have a question. We asked staff this because we felt that it was either general retail sales and service, which is an allowed use in MU, or vehicular use, which isn't allowed use in MU. Staff said that's not the case. And I'm curious, what is a vehicular use?
Utility and vehicular is things like fire stations, police stations, substations. That's the use classification. The use that you guys fall under, because you are in car sales, let me bring up the specific name.
I've got the vehicular use is areas of a developed site other than property used and zoned for agriculture uses, improved to provide for the operation of motor vehicles, including driveways, drive aisles, loading and unloading, and parking areas. That sounds like an auto dealer to me.
Vehicular, craft, and related equipment sales is the use that vehicle sales fall under.
Can you read your definition again one
We
more time?
got to this point, we've been here, this is where we were told you have to rezone. Yes, vehicular use, areas of a developed site other than property used and zoned for agriculture. Improved to provide for the operation of motor vehicles, including driveways, drive aisles, loading and unloading areas, and parking areas. That's in the zoning code. That's the definition.
If it were car sales, it would say car sales like it says elsewhere. Right?
Well,
The difference is you have the word sales, and that's the main part of this business. It's sales of vehicles, and so we're distinguishing it because it says vehicular and craft sales as a separate use other than this.
Well, that wouldn't be articulated if the other fulfilled it, is my point. I mean, you wouldn't have the delineation, right? May I ask a question of planning staff? When the Hunt Club got its original zoning back in, what was it, 01 or something, was it what's there now, the MU?
Yes.
Okay, so the MU, so we didn't have to rezone it for the retail, but they had to amend their master development plan.
No. The one from a couple months or a couple years ago? MU allows retail and food service.
But they just had to amend their master development plan at that point.
Yes.
Which was, and I heard the argument, I was listening to the meeting even though I was out of the room, and I heard the argument that with this rezoning, it would protect, but anything that's going to require the master development plan to be updated that's not consistent. And the one thing that is said in y'all's report that, it kind of goes back to my argument earlier, which I lost because you were talking about the conditional allowances. Still makes me mad. Was that the zoning and master development plan meet the intent and adhere to the development strategies of the general urban character area. However, they are not in keeping with the original Hunt Club master plan. That is the part that challenges me. And my other question was, does anybody know when, it feels like the office condos were constructed before the homes, but I don't recall. Lord, I've been here longer than everybody, so I guess if I don't know. I don't know that matters, but
There's a resident in the audience that confirmed that the
I
offices
heard.
came first.
But I'm just trying to, again, it goes back to what I was trying to argue earlier, that I want the expectations of the people whose homes were chose based on the allowed zoning. And that is the key element to me, is the allowed zoning. And this is different because the allowance is different. It's not a conditional use within MU versus what was being debated before. And while, I love Subaru, and I think you guys did a wonderful job, and I think you worked tremendously with the residents over there to create a workable plan. But as I recall, that was zoned commercially from the beginning, so that residents couldn't argue the same thing that they could argue in this circumstance. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, because I am often wrong. But this is just what I struggle with. And I would love to have the Mazda dealership here, absolutely. But I want to be consistent with what the expectations were for that development. And I felt like by allowing the rezoning, because I feel like it was just like last year when we updated the master plan for the retail. So
it's a good point. And the expectation, we've heard that word a lot. What is the expectation? What is the expectation? Is it transient housing? Because that's an allowed use.
Yeah, but would that not have to be an updated master plan?
That would come before you guys and city council.
Yeah. So
There's all
same,
kinds,
same
and there are others, convenience sales and service.
Again, same.
Is that the expectation?
It'd have to be an updated master development plan.
What our request does, it eliminates all those nebulous expectations of what it could be.
In which
And it
case,
restricts those.
in which case, I would argue that your best path forward then becomes working with, like you did before, work with the neighbors to understand the impact of one versus a potentially unknown. But right now, we've got the retail. I'm not trying to sway everybody. I'm just clarifying my own thoughts out loud after a long day, right, Mr. Rose? And so I'll hush now.
So how far do we go? Let's say, and Subaru is a little different because the residents behind the Subaru are Gallatin residents. How far do we go in letting Hendersonville decide what Gallatin needs?
I don't think you're going to win friends that way.
I'm just presenting, we're talking about
I mean, I
expectations.
get what you're saying, but I also think that we all need to be good neighbors to one another.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah.
That's why I want, how far would you go?
I think also the point about rezoning and the statutes that go along with that, and the use of the terms adjoining property owners and the adverse effects that could happen to them doesn't matter who's in what city. You still have to consider adjoining property owners.
Yeah, I'd be fighting for Gallatin residents if the situation were reversed and, well, I don't
Adjoining
know.
property
I'm
owners,
thinking
commercial.
somehow Rogers Group and the quarry comes to mind. First of all, nothing we can do.
So none of the residents are adjoining property owners.
You're right, but
Well, if we're gonna dissect it that far, then let's get it out there that adjoining property owners are commercially zoned property.
what I am articulating is my concern about what feels right to me. And I mean, I get that you're that you're offering a very wonderful opportunity for our city, and I want it here, but it feels different. And also in my head, I'm seeing that as, oh, that's your entrance to Gallatin, because that's really the first thing that you see that's part of Gallatin past those apartments. Well, I guess crisis pregnancy, you see that. And in time, you could see what's at Chutes Lane, but
I do think, just as a general comment to the rest of the staff and commission, it does feel different to me than the gas station that we talked about, because in that situation, if they had applied with a conditional use permit, there's not much we could do. To me, this one is completely at our discretion, and we have much more input. I mean, we can choose to not rezone this, and the development would not be able to continue in the same way. So I don't think it's a matter of, like the gas station, if we had said no, they could have resubmitted and done it anyway. That is not the case here.
that's not to say that, they come back and try and update the master development plan with a C-store or a hotel or whatever it is that would be equally as distressing, but
But the master plan wouldn't be required in those cases. Those are allowed uses. That's a straight zoned.
still have to update the master development plan, though. We have
FMDP.
discretion there.
The FMDP. But you wouldn't be able to disallow an allowed use. It would just meet the conditions of the FMDP. You couldn't say the FMDP has MU zoning, but we don't want the hotel.
We've had lots of arguments about that, and what's the point of a master development
Well,
plan
isn't
if it
there
doesn't
an
have some
attorney on the
authority?
board?
Planning experts answer that for me, not me,
I don't think that the city can choose to eliminate allowed uses. I'm not an attorney. Marty may know.
I'll ask our city planner to weigh in on that.
The way our process goes, if the use changes, you still amend the PMDP. It's typically done together as a PMDP amendment along with an FMDP if you're ready to go, kind of thing. But you still would go through a process to amend that PMDP. If that amendment is determined a major amendment, then it would go back to city council, similar to a rezone process like this one that we're in right now. If it were determined a minor amendment, then the planning commission would be the determiner on that decision.
And the changes which would trigger it being considered a major amendment would be changes to use, circulation, and density, roughly.
Among others, yeah.
Oh.
Then send it to council.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion. I did hear, I was trying to write down residents' concerns. Or people.
No, John, I was just talking again.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Brown suggested meeting with the neighbors like we did on Subaru. We'd be willing to do that with a deferral. I don't know if anybody would say, yeah, we'll accept a car dealer if X, Y, Z occurs.
Well, the wall was, that was one thing they were concerned about.
I looked at the wall.
I know, and I heard you say that, and that's great. The loudspeakers, which I knew when the speakers were acknowledging the loudspeakers, I even, when I had a couple people call me about it, I said, you might ought to go see and at the time, nobody knew that the other dealership was one of y'all, so I said, well, when they bring this, you might wish to see the other thing that they have built, because it doesn't look like you think it might look. And, but, the loudspeakers, what do you call it? The
Intercom
system or whatever. I knew that wouldn't be a thing, because I remember that discussion from back when the Subaru was approved. But my point is that there is an expectation when those homes are purchased that it's going to be this. It does feel like you said, and there are, I know from my own experience, there are a lot of medical type practices over in there. Now, on the one hand, car dealership may actually expose new people to those medical offices, but on the other hand, again, it's just not the consistency with the expectations that I think is fair.
Okay.
No vote, we still go to council, right? Even with a no vote?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I did hear that the rock wall stays. I think it's almost right on the right-of-way line. It's within a foot onto the property. And the horse fence stays, as I understood. And
Said you're repairing it or something, right?
Stays and it gets repaired.
Which is appreciated. Appreciated.
And they do have a good track record with the Subaru dealership, and I do know that it is true that they, I served on one of those nonprofit boards, and I know how generous that this organization has been to nonprofits and civic organizations in Gallatin.
They have a dog park, which was like one of the big things that was very exciting to those residents at the other one.
I do think one thing Randy said is very true. If the expectation that it's not going to develop, that's not true. And I haven't heard anybody in the public comment say we don't want this developed, period. We want it to stay a pasture. Nobody's expecting that. But there could be a lot of things that go in there. And this organization does have a good track record of doing a good development with Subaru and working with the neighbors. Well, at that point, I'll entertain a motion. I've always taken the stance as chairman or acting chairman. Chairman doesn't make a motion to himself. The chairman entertains a motion, so I won't make a motion. I will second a motion, but I won't make a motion. So I'll leave it to.
Do we have to approve or deny today?
Yeah, we would have to give a recommendation of approval or denial to the council.
Yeah.
So I'll wait to hear a motion.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion is the way I put it.
Then nothing against what seems like a great organization, but I will make a motion to recommend denying.
Okay. We have a recommendation to deny approval.
Second.
We have a second on the table. Who seconded that? I'm sorry. Mike. So any discussion on that? just to be clear for everyone, when we take the vote, if you vote yes, you are voting yes to deny it. And if you vote no, you're voting against denial. That's the odd thing about making a motion in the negative, but nonetheless, it's still allowed.
Also, I'll just reiterate for folks, it's really good to provide reasons why you recommended denial. That way, if we have to go to court on a decision, those comments as to why we recommended denial are part of the record in the minutes, and so.
Rezoning.
Decisions by this board could be appealed and gone to court.
I think I've said enough.
So I do have one technical question maybe for the city attorney. I've always asked this question. If a motion is made in the negative and that we take a vote and that fails, does that go to council as a recommendation for approval?
I mean, essentially, because if the opposite was made, it was made in the positive.
Yeah.
You know, the nays won on the other way, it would have gone with the negative recommendation. I guess you could have a second vote in the positive, but I think we just.
Oh, I'm not trying to split hairs. I just want to know how
A way
it's
of
going to
saying
be.
yes or no.
Yeah, you're saying yes or no either way.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, motion to deny, to not recommend, to send the recommendation, not recommending approval of this to council. Again, if you vote yes, you're voting no. If you vote no, you're voting yes. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. You bet.
For only a few seconds. Okay, so.
I was going to leave for a few minutes.
Marianne, can you
I would
respond with the vote? Can you respond with the final vote for the previous item? Okay.
John, were you?
No, I said no.
John was a no vote.
Yeah, I was the one dissenting. Yeah, double negative.
So it goes to council with a negative recommendation?
It does, yeah. 4-1, is that right? Mr. Chairman, I would ask, we're coming up against hour 4. Can we take another break?
Yes, we can, I'll make a motion for a 5-minute recess this time.
Yeah.
As opposed to a 10-minute.
Second.
He voted no.
No.
You voted no, okay.
Hell, I'm having a hard.
I was going to say, I didn't hear anybody.
Testing? Okay. All right, folks, we are going to get started again. We've got the mayor and I think John out in the hallway. Marianne, can we start? We can start. Technically, we have 4. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Unless there's, are y'all okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. That was item 17. Actually, I need John in here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can we? Okay. John. Yeah, he's coming. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. And I'll at least turn it over to planning to get started. We're gonna go to item number 18. This is the Crossings of Hidden Creek Amendment 3, rezoning with amended preliminary master development plan. We're gonna kick this, who's the planner on this? Jillian, okay. And then before Jillian gets started, Marianne, I will have to recuse myself from this item because I am the engineer of record on this project.
Oh, that's why you needed me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
The owner and applicant request to rezone 7.43 acres from the PGC zoning district to the MU zoning district with an amended PMDP for the crossings at Hidden Creek on a total acreage of 127 acres. This development in particular contains 348 senior living plus 55 multifamily units. This is located north of Highway 386 and east of Big Station Camp Creek Boulevard. The development that we are specifically talking about tonight is in the red area. The crossings encompasses this whole area right here. So they are including one of the out parcels that was originally approved as PGC for the crossings, as well as a area of commercial out parcels that are currently zoned MU that were also within the overall Hidden Creek plan, but are part of the Revere Apartments master plan from a number of years back. So they wish to rezone this parcel right here to be MU and incorporate this MU zoned property into the Crossings master plan for this residential development. The Plan Gallatin in particular is one of the concerns staff has about this plan. Plan Gallatin designates this part of the city as general urban character area, and it's also within the Big Station Camp Boulevard mixed-use commercial district. The plan describes for general urban that building heights would range from 2 to 4 stories and position closer to the street with a focus on the pedestrian environment to allow for easier access to transit with a recommended density of 5 to 15 units per acre. So for density calculations, let's see if I can bring up the whole. Here's the overall plan for the crossings. The MU area in particular, which is the area in red, within this specific amendment proposes a density of over 23 units per acre. So this is when you just take the 348 units that they are proposing new in this area, incorporated within the 14.88 units per acre. However, the residential portion of the overall crossings, so all of this blue, this yellow into the townhome development with the red, is a much larger area, closer to over 100 acres. And so if you incorporate this density into the overall plan, it increases the crossings density from 6.93 units per acre to 8.85 units per acre. It is not unusual for plans to have areas that have higher density and then have lower density and it be an average across the plan, but that is why it's incorporated into the crossings. So in that way, with it incorporated into the crossings, it is consistent with general urban and the MU zoning district, which both max out at 14 to 15 units per acre. So the request is supportive of some aspects of Plan Gallatin, including a diversity of housing types and the promotion of walkable communities and lifestyles. given the layout and the proposed use. However, the Big Station Camp Boulevard Mixed-Use Commercial District, which is a sub-area included on our comprehensive plan for this specific corridor, calls for predominantly retail, restaurant, and other businesses along Big Station Camp, serving the surrounding residential subdivisions, and clarifies that the corridor should transition from commercial along Big Station Camp to various levels of residential behind the commercial development. This property in particular is at what will be a major corner of the extension of Bison Trail and our existing major corridor, Big Station Camp. So it was intended for commercial. It has been planned for commercial since both these plans came through. Yes, there is MU zoning here. Yes, they have incorporated some, removed some and changed some zoning down here to incorporate more commercial. But that is why we would consider this a major amendment, because we are doing a significant use change and there is a rezoning attached to this. And we believe that it conflicts with the comp plan because it is removing the commercial along a corridor. It is having the residential encroach into that corridor, which we believe is against the comp plan. The architectural elevations for the senior living apartments do not meet the brick stone requirements for the MU zoning district. The applicant proposes that the multifamily complex will consist of a total of 100% masonry with cement fiber boards contributing towards that as an allowed material, but has committed to a 50-50 split of brick stone and cementitious siding. This request is similar to other approvals of previous phases within McCain stations and the crossings, where cement fiber siding was incorporated into the overall requirement as a permitted use. The amended PMDP also proposes a height exception to allow for a 50-foot tall maximum, or 4 stories, which exceeds the 35-foot tall maximum height allowances in the MU zoning district. With the rezoning included in this request, this amendment is considered a major amendment. Planning staff recommends denial of the request due to conflicts with the comprehensive plan. This rezoning with amended PMDP will require a formal public comment and will go to City Council following Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll open up a public comment. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this issue, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and we'll ask to hear from a representative for the applicant.
Hi, my name is Greg Gamble, a landscape architect representing the applicant tonight. Here tonight with Rick Porter with Gross Residential. Gross is proposing the first independent living facility in Gallatin. The next closest is about 14 miles away in Hendersonville. This is an opportunity to offer something to seniors that you don't have today. Gross knows that active seniors are looking for a maintenance-free lifestyle with active and social amenities without high-cost service packages. They understand the amenities and the lifestyles of independent living facilities. On the map here, I'm showing the area of MU that is directly adjacent to the Revere that is currently zoned MU. So there's a portion of MU already on this street. We're asking for the 7.45 acres to the north of that to be rezoned to MU. You see a purple area just to the south of Revere that's about 6.1 acres in size. That used to be MU. A few months ago, we came in and asked for that area to be rezoned to PGC, which was approved and adopted. So in a sense, we're basically just asking to swap an MU area with a PGC area along the boulevard. We believe that this is supported by the comprehensive plan by expanding housing diversity for all stages of life, allowing active seniors to remain in the Gallatin community, and delivering a campus plan that promotes health, wellness, and social connection. And also, this developer understands that they will be contributing a pro rata share to the Big Station Camp Improvement District. Independent living facilities pay a commercial tax base. This independent living facility will have a restaurant, cafeteria food. They can feed guests that come to visit their parents. All of that is incorporated into the overall campus plan. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the master plan. I would like to talk about condition number 12. Condition number 12 requires a connection from this commercial property to the south, where that red arrow is, to the parking lot of the independent living facility. There is a protected stream, an impaired stream, and buffers located along the southern boundary of this property, which is also home to an endangered salamander. I know that it seems like a very short distance, but to add another bridge, another crossing, another impact to this stream is meaningful. We would like to request that the safety of the seniors within the parking lot and just simply go using the pedestrian corridors within the campus be considered, and that this cross connection not be required. We believe that with the Springdale Lane and Bison Trail, the redundant connectivity throughout this neighborhood is provided in what you're seeing here in green. And then the light blue dash that you're seeing is pedestrian sidewalk connectivity that's happening there along the roadway. So we'd love for you to discuss that, and we'd love your consideration to not include that for those reasons. But happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open it up to questions. Well, I'll start by saying that at the work session, I know I mentioned the condition number 12. I mentioned the cross connection or connectivity, kind of a backage road, but it's not really a backage road. It's just connecting this property to the one to the south of it. But I didn't know about a stream at the time. Still don't know about salamanders, but this is an assisted living.
It is not assisted living, it's independent living, and I just told you something completely wrong. They do not have food service here. The residents provide their own food.
So is independent living like one step before assisted living?
That's right. Yeah, they're active adults.
It's apartments versus a 55 and over community, so it's rentals for independent living.
Yeah, maintenance free.
So
I described it as like maybe a final downsize before
final downsize. Okay.
assisted living or whatever.
It's going to have one of the lowest traffic impacts of anything you could do other than assisted living. Is that right?
Yeah, they say 55 and older. The average age really is over 78. Still drive, still getting around, like the socialization with their peers and the activities there on the campus, are typically in the car driving sometime between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Well, I know I've consistently asked for backage cross connectivity, but in this case, I don't think it's needed because of the stream, and because, quite frankly, I don't think that you want to encourage people to be driving through what looks like a parking courtyard behind these buildings, which are pushed up to the street. So in this case, I would be for removing number 12.
I'd agree with you, John.
Other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept it with the exception of item number 12.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a motion to approve with all conditions excluding striking number 12. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mike. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion approved.
Thank you, John. Okay, now, I believe that was item 18. We will go to item 19. This is going to be the Meadows, rezoning with amended preliminary master development plan. Jim?
All right. Thank you, CJ. The owner and applicant request approval to rezone 3 parcels comprising 384.6 acres from the MRO, multiple residential and office district, the R20 PRD low density residential planned development district, and the R8 PRD medium density residential development to the R8 PRD medium density planned residential development district, with an amended PFDP for the Meadows, located west of Dobbins Pike and north of Gibbs Lane. So this is the current zoning on the property, kind of split between big batches of R8 and R20 to the north and west, or to the north and east of the development, with a band of MRO for commercial, office, apartment uses in the current plan, or in the previously approved plan. So just as a reminder of what that looks like. So this was the original approval with kind of the larger lots to the north and east, that MRO bank, and then the kind of the core R8 residential north and south. It also had the access at Computer Lane. The proposed changes to the master plan have it basically reducing down to just the R8 PRD, reducing the unit count from 1,115 single-family detached units, or single-family attached, detached, multifamily units with 142,000 square feet of commercial to 811 single-family detached and 67 single-family attached units for a total of 878 units. The proposal does not include any commercial within the Meadows site, but does include 3 amenity centers for the subdivision. The applicant's also requesting a variety of exceptions for the development, including lot width, side rear yard PUDs, maximum block lengths, and open space. Staff has addressed some of these, including maximum block lengths, recreation area, and side yard PUDs as conditions of approval. The applicant also requests approval of alternative architecture plan for facades consisting of 50% brick stone and 50% other siding, not vinyl. Staff has also included a condition of approval that whatever siding be cementitious for that portion, just to kind of put that in stone. The applicant also is requesting a relocation of, so here's Computer Lane, and relocating that railroad CSX crossing with the bridge to the north through the Rainier property, which would directly connect to 109. Obviously, this is dependent on TDOT approval, and with that, it's also contingent on most likely some county approvals as well. Staff, kind of broadly speaking, had a bunch of comments on this. And it represents a significant decrease in density. The current shown density is 2.27 units per acre, including the full site. However, that does not include the 50% reduction for floodplain area. So I think I want to say it's 107 or 108 acres that are open space. About I think 25 to 30 of those acres maybe would be considered floodplain. So that number will go up a little bit, but still, broadly speaking, much below the 6 units an acre. That would be max in zoning. This area is suburban and the comp plan, and that recommends maximum density of 2 to 5 units an acre. Let's see. I think the biggest sort of bulk of comments out of our conditions of approval are regarding improvements which are known to Cobb's and Gibbs, and a little bit on Dobbins as well, but that's mainly just sidewalks for that portion. And a lot of it is also very dependent on kind of what goes on outside of this. Obviously, a new or revised interlocal agreement will be required for this, both for this development by itself and then including the property to the west of the railroad right-of-way for the road connection to 109. So, let's see, where do we want to start? Probably the easiest place. So we are staff is recommending approval with 40 conditions. And probably our kind of our big so obviously the 109 connections depending on TDOT approval, and then where's the surety one? Okay, so there are two boulevard sureties or surety conditions. The first one is any development beyond phase 1 shall be required to post surety for the connection, and then that connection would need to be done and complete prior to the issuance of a building permit for the 31st house within phase 3 as designed. So that would be about 407. The road connection would have to be complete with that condition, approximately 470 lots in.
Like the halfway point.
About. So surety for the completion of the road after 88 homes are currently shown in phase 1, and then completion around 470. The other sort of big conditions, so widening Cobb's and Gibbs to a minimum of 20 feet for those phases, Gibbs for phase 1, Cobb's for phase 2. And then we've also included a condition that no more than 40% of the lot shall be less than 60% wide. At least 20% of the lot shall be 80% wide, or not 80%, 80 feet wide, 60 feet wide, 80 feet wide. What they're showing is mostly, they're asking for a minimum lot size, or minimum lot width of 50 feet, with the idea of an average lot being 50 or 60. And we want a little bit more assurance that there will be some larger lots in this development. Go through some of the other conditions. I guess from a multimodal standpoint, some extensions of multi-use trails along the, Cobbs and Gibbs and kind of through to the southern part of the property is also part of this. I think, obviously the big parts of this are with the connection points. And another kind of sensitive issue that is not necessarily in our wheelhouse, but GDE has requested an area planned northwest adjacent to the railroad right-of-way as a reservation for a substation. I believe the applicant is currently in conversations with them about some details and what those easements look like for that. But that is also part of this plan that wasn't shown 7 years ago when it was kind of before us. With that, staff is recommending approval with, like I said, the 40 conditions. Would be more than happy to address those or go in depth if we need to. And there will be a public hearing on this, and obviously because of the rezoning, it's a major amendment. It's going to City Council.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Aaron, is there anything from engineering?
Sure. We have some comments on internal street networks and kind of making some minor adjustments there. They've done a good job of showing existing environmental features and how they're going to treat stormwater as they move through the process and get a full HD and get in design. There may be some changes based off of what they get into there. As far as like access goes, this is, I think, a much better plan than what we had previously approved. This kind of opens the door for, future connection from Airport and 31, eventually tying into 109 over here. But, because this is different than the current interlocal agreement, it will require an update on that. I don't know what number condition it is, but we do have a condition on there stating that would require a revision to the current interlocal agreement. And we weren't super specific, but we said prior to final approval, a new interlocal agreement will need to be executed. Based on discussions with planning staff, we feel that prior to final PMDP approval would be appropriate to add in the PMDP in that condition.
Can you repeat that last part? Sorry.
Can you go to the conditions, please?
So,
I think it's before then. Oh, it is 27.
okay, so this.
Right now, it says prior to final approval, a new interlocal agreement will need to be executed. We feel just to be specific to add prior to final PMDP approval.
So prior to essentially prior to submittal of an FMDP.
Correct.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. This time, we will open up a public hearing for those wishing to speak on this item. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and call for a member from the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Cherie Akers with Barge Design Solutions. We generally are in agreement with staff. We've met with them several times and we've made a lot of the changes that they requested. In interest of time, I know you've all been here really late. I think he's did a good job of presenting the project, and we also presented to you at the work session, so don't want to go in over detail for you there, but we do have a few conditions of approval we want some clarification on, and a few that we would like to have some changes to. So, up there. The first one being number 20, which requires a paved connection to Cobb's Lane and the widening of Cobb's Lane from the connection point out to Old Highway, you hear me? Out to Old Highway 109 to a minimum of 20 feet. We don't have any issue with this to a minimum of 20 feet, but as you cross over that CXS, it does go down to about 18. So we just want you to work with us on that. We don't want to alter that at all. On Cobb's.
Through the CSX easement? Okay, what about between the CSX easement and Old 109? 20, okay. Okay.
The second one is in regards to number 22, which is the discussion about the residential lots. As we said, we're proposing 50 feet wide as the minimum, but we do not want to adhere to 80 feet for 20%. We want the market to drive this, and if you recall from the previously plan that was approved, the larger lots were along that northern boundary, and we now have quite a bit of an easement there, utility easement, that is not going to attract a larger lot and be able to pay premium for those lots. So if you do the 20%, that's about 166 lots. We feel that's a lot for 80 feet wide. We want it to be driven by the market.
Pardon me, which condition was that?
It's number 22.
22. Okay, so I guess I'll ask some questions as we go through here. Currently, how many 80-foot wide lots are there?
I don't think we're necessarily showing anything. On average, we have about 60 foot.
On average, 60, okay.
And we haven't gotten to FMDP, so.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
Okay. Number 27, which is in regards to the interlocal agreement. We're in agreement with this condition. We're fine with that, with just a caveat that we have had discussions with the county, and there is some discussion of whether or not it's actually going to be required, a change. So if that were to be the case, we just want to make sure that that's open, because some of the language would still be the same, what's in the agreement. It doesn't really change. Really, the biggest thing is just computer lane is listed in there. And then it would just be swapping out the Exhibit A of a new plan. So some of the lawyers have been talking of whether or not is actually going to be required. But we are fine if it is required, the county determines it's required, we will abide by the FMDP and have it approved.
Okay.
Number 30, per subdivision regulations, the block links exceeding 600 feet. This was actually a waiver request of ours, and it's in the waiver chart on the plan. So we do not want that to be a condition of approval. We have one area where I believe it's about 1,800, and that's because we're avoiding the wetlands and the streams. And
What number was that?
That's 30. What phase is that in?
and we specifically requested a waiver from that requirement.
It's phase 4,
Yep.
northwest corner.
We have the pointer.
Okay.
And then condition number 38, which is the requirement to post surety for the Meadows Boulevard. We would like to extend this to the 200 CO, which gets us into the middle of phase 2, and that's because we have the 3 access points at that time. So we would like to post that, if possible, a little bit later at the 200 CO.
Okay.
That is it.
Okay. I guess my first question, if y'all don't mind me jumping in. First question, the interlocal agreement. So I know you said the language isn't necessarily changing, but is the interlocal agreement tied in any sort of way to the crossing being done in a amount of homes? No? It's just, hey, y'all can do this. I mean, go ahead.
agreement just outlines the jurisdiction of the roads that you guys will take, the city of Gallatin will take once on completion
Okay.
of the construction, and once you permit lots off of that road.
Okay.
Can we have your name, please?
Patel?
So ultimately, like you're saying, it would be the replacement of the Exhibit A that shows the overall plan for the development as reference. Okay. You brought up number 20, which I guess is technically tied to number 38 as well. But number 20, so y'all would widen Cobb's Lane. Let me backtrack a little bit. Question for engineering and planning. The original plan we had showed that the crossing across the CSX Railroad was to be made at what CO?
So it was prior to the start of phase 2.
Okay.
In the previous plan, had 73 homes in phase 1.
Okay.
So it was supposed to be done. My understanding is at 70.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so what we have instead is more of a phased approach, which ideally provides more access than just, hey, give me the connection across the CSX Railroad. Is that my understanding, roughly? And ultimately, what we have now is improvements and tie-ins to. Hold on, let me get to it. Gibbs Lane, prior to the 31st building permit being pulled in phase 1, the widening of Gibbs Lane occurs from the tie-in point all the way to Dobbins Pike. Okay? And then, so I understand it correctly, once you get into phase 2, the Cobbs Lane is widened from the tie-in point to the project all the way to Old Highway 109 with, obviously, we discussed the CSX right away, and I completely understand how difficult it is to work with CSX. Okay, and then at this point, which I know is probably written, how many homes are in lot 1, or in phase 1, and how many homes are in phase 2?
Phase 1 is 88, and
Okay.
phase 2 is 219 lots and 67 townhomes.
Okay, so 88. Okay, so you're looking at roughly 115 lots before you've got to make roughly 115 lots.
118.
118 before you get to the second, or technically the third access point onto Cobb's Lane. And then it would be an additional 70-something lots, no, 82 lots, before y'all are asking for it to cross CSX with the aerial, or the bridge. Okay.
No, that's for the surety.
That's
to
for the
be provided.
surety.
The surety.
Yeah.
But you're asking for, and then the actual crossing would occur.
31st lot in phase 3.
31st
We're fine
lot
with
in
the
phase 3.
31st for the crossing. It's just,
The surety bond would be posted at 200th CO
Okay.
instead of the first phase.
Okay.
Because we have 3 different accesses that would service under
Yes.
200 lots.
Yes.
Hands
So,
down.
question I have is, I'm not sure how we would monitor when they're at their 31st. I'm sorry, when they're at that 200th permit.
Wouldn't that be pretty easy?
Maybe.
I mean,
CO.
if it's not documented, that should be documented. I don't mean to be facetious, but that should be documented heavily.
I know it would be an easy enough thing to figure out, but when you get a stack of permits in.
Understood.
You don't know unless you're monitoring it very closely.
Is there not does the CSS portal not keep track of that? Would it not be X project number, X permit number?
It's not going to tell you. I don't think it'll tell you that it's the 200th one in this development. We'd have to count them up.
Okay.
It's okay. It's not an issue.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Regardless, where I was going with this is, in my opinion, and I know we haven't finalized discussion yet on the 200 CO or the 31st lot in phase 3, but in my opinion, this provides a much better avenue, not only for, this provides a much better avenue for connection for the city itself, in my opinion, than just holding someone to a crossing at 78 lots. That's my opinion. I mean, I think that the fact that this provides access, is the access to Gibbs full access, or is it just emergency? It's full access to Gibbs.
Full access.
And then it would also be full access to Cobb's. It's obviously, I mean, it's an at-grade crossing across CSX, but that at-grade crossing is gated, correct? Like when a train's coming. Are there arms? No? Ooh. Are there lights? It's been a minute since I've been out there. There's no arms. Okay.
Hands down, this plan is an improvement over the other plan, connecting to 109 proper, not old 109, the little narrow road. So I'm excited to see this. My only concern is that the goalpost is moving. What was the threshold? How far could they get into this development before they had the crossing under the previous plan over CSX?
73.
73 total homes?
Yes.
And so now what I think I'm hearing is that they can keep building up to how many homes before they have the crossing? What's the total?
But that was because there wasn't any other option.
Yeah, they weren't going to do the other two connections.
Yeah, these other connections weren't on the table.
Right.
We're having quite a bit more connections
Okay.
there at the entries, and then also just the amount of other improvements that we are doing in the boulevard.
My fear is that you get into phase 2 or into phase 3, and then the economy turns and the crossing never happens. Just want to make absolutely sure the flyover crossing happens.
Oh, I think what they're.
But the surety, you're wanting to push that to where?
To phase
200.
200. That's not that much.
273 up to 200.
Yeah, so they could after the 31st home in phase 2, which we already said was roughly 118 homes.
118. Oh, okay. I just heard her say 200.
After the 31st home in phase 2, 118 homes is when the technically development at that point would have 3 access points to the development.
Yeah,
And
because
then what
they'll
they're-
connect out to Dobbins Pike, down to Gibbs Lane, and to Cobb's Lane.
Yes.
Anybody bring up that plan? Do you mind moving to that plan?
Are we looking for the old one or the new?
New
The new.
ones, yeah. Take a highlighter and just point out these 3. I think I know them, but no computer lane and no.
So this is Gibbs, connecting here. Cobb's is connecting here. And that would be the third.
That'd be the 4th.
Fourth.
Computer lane.
the fourth.
The main entry off Dobbins Pike.
Okay.
Computer Lane's no longer a connection.
Okay.
And the connection now moves to the north to that area where it'll connect into 109 up above.
Essentially, I think what I'm getting at is you've got, at 118 homes, you've got 3 access points to the development now. And then they can go another 82 homes before they have to post a surety for the crossing. Which, at that point, you have 200 homes. Say they stop there and they don't want to post a surety. you've got 200 homes with redundant access throughout the development that has 3 access points, which from a fire access standpoint is
It's pretty good.
Better off in a lot of
I think
places.
200's pretty acceptable.
And so what's 200 out of a total number? How many total lots?
800 and,
Oh, okay, so it's like 25%.
yes.
You can't go further than 25% before you
Now-
posted a surety to make sure that the crossing happens.
Correct. But then they're asking for, I guess, the condition that's written in the resolution is that the crossing be made prior to the 31st building permit within phase 3, which is a total of 4, the halfway point of the development.
And how far can you get into this development before you know for sure CSX says final answer?
The 200,
Yeah,
they wouldn't, I don't see them posting the surety before
correct.
CSX says yes.
Okay, so worst case scenario is CSX says no, we've got a development with 200 homes and 3 access points.
Yes.
Okay,
And redundant access through the site.
25% of the total.
Correct.
Okay, that puts it into perspective.
Now, I think we talked about this during the work session, but y'all have engaged CSX, y'all have had an initial meeting, y'all have someone assigned to the project. Okay, all right. That alone is a feat.
I can't make a motion because I couldn't write fast enough. I think there were
Understood.
4 conditions.
Okay, well,
There was one about the unit counts,
yeah,
percentages.
I'll do the easy one. Go ahead,
Speak
Brian,
to
sorry.
that, just because I'm the one who sort of orchestrated how that was written. I'm just trying to make sure that this development provides enough of a diversity of lot sizes, which in turn then gives you a better chance at diversity of home types. So if you don't somehow require something, and if it's just left up to the market, then the market's going to ask for the smallest lot size they can possibly get every time. And I don't think you want to rely on outside decisions on that. You want to have your own version of that. You want to maybe tweak the numbers so that it seems to mesh a little bit better with what they're saying. If 20% seems too strong on the 80-foot wide, drop that down a little bit. But I just think you need to have something. If you want to massage that, that's up to you. I put it in there as a way to kind of start that discussion, though. It's obvious.
Yeah, I understood. I mean, this is more of a question, right? Y'all said that there was we average 60-foot lots right now. But I almost feel like we've got to have the lot width figured out at the PMDP level in order to understand the density that we're requesting.
I believe that there's some variation in lot sizes that we can do to achieve higher lot sizes. The challenge that we're facing is on the north side of the property, we have the electric easement.
Yeah.
On the west side, we have the CSX. So it leaves us a very little window to have some of those larger lots because those are your higher end, higher price lots. So we commit to a percentage, but I don't know if 20% is achievable. Obviously, we would prefer to get to that number if the market calls for it. But I would like a lower percentage if you're open to that discussion.
Is the electrical easement on the north side still a viable thing based on whatever GDE is asking for?
Regardless, there will be TVA easements on the north side.
So
that are
still
being
there would
proposed.
be an
Yeah.
electrical
Yeah.
easement there.
So if GDE goes in the boulevard, then we have a bigger problem because then more homes are exposed to the electrical lines.
Is GDE underground? No?
They're asking for above-ground big towers. Some
Oh,
Down the court, around the
down the
boulevard?
boulevard.
oh,
I talked to him last week, asking about could it be where where the transmission lines go, but then we got off on other stuff, so they're aware of it. We don't think that that is a great look.
Hold on. So,
And putting that through.
don't they require all their stuff to be underground?
Not for
Not for the
big
major.
transmission
yeah.
lines.
They can be
That's a
underground
very-
at
that's a
a
very
fine
expensive-
price.
Undertaking to put the big ones underground.
These are the ones that are going to be coming out of that substation, so they're much larger. And we prefer to group them with the TVA lines on the north side, so they're kind of all.
How much easement does TVA need and how much easement does GDE need?
TVA, I believe, is 50
Question
feet.
is
GD.
whether they can coexist. Like, could distribution lines go under transmission lines is the question. Or next to them, or,
Yeah, they would still be separate. I don't think they'd be in the same easement. I'm not sure if they could coexist in that manner, but it wasn't a concern that they wouldn't coexist.
am I understanding correctly that this beautiful winding boulevard is going to have transfer lines overhead?
no, that's what they don't want.
Oh, I know.
they're
Oh, I
pushing-
know they don't. I'm just making sure I
They're
understand it.
pushing for it to go on the north side.
Welcome to go back to GDE and share your thoughts.
I mean, I mentioned this in the work session. I mean, outside of lot width, the vast majority of these homes are all backing up to open space. So from a quality of life standpoint, I'd say over 50% of them back up to open space and don't back up to another home because of how they've drawn the plan. Which, I mean, leads me to, I guess y'all brought up condition number 30 about the block length. And Drew, I think you mentioned it was in the northwest corner where it kind of like meanders and then loops back around. I mean, my interpretation of the code on block length is so you don't have rows of homes lining both sides of the streets before you have another connection. Am I misinterpreting that? Because what this is you've got breaks and you've got an amenity, you've got a break of a stream crossing, you've got, I mean, other things that are breaking up the monotony of there just being home after home after home along this path.
That's exactly why we requested the
Correct.
waiver.
I think another thing with that is to avoid, long straight stretches where, could become a speedway. So, at the FMDP, I think we have a condition on there of implementing some traffic calming
Yeah.
measures. And I think some.
I'm fine with leaving
extra
that.
detail to that could work.
Okay.
Like mid-block crossings that are raised.
We're amenable to that.
Okay. Is there other questions, comments from the commission?
You got it, Dan.
You got it.
I think that people are going to get a lot sharper here. at this
Okay.
rate.
Okay. I'm going to attempt a motion.
Like
I-
having an all-nighter. right?
Yeah, like John mentioned, I've mentioned, I think that putting these two plans next to each other is just, I mean, this one's a far better plan. I think the connectivity is far better planned. I think the route that staff has laid out in their conditions from a standpoint of when these widening projects come online makes sense. Refresh my memory on number 38. Y'all are requesting for 38 to go from beyond phase 1 to the 200 CO.
Yes.
Okay.
Still have to vote on it.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a major amendment, yeah.
I think it's gone.
I mean, we can vote on it. You want us to vote on it?
It's already a rezone,
Okay,
so
cool.
it shouldn't be an issue.
Thank you, Albert, for the reminder. Condition number 22, would you be open to 10%? 10% Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Bear with me. Okay. All right.
In the previous approved project, at what point did it trigger the surety put in place for the crossing?
Wasn't one.
Wasn't one. Oh, that's right. That's
Because
something
it was
that-
just this only second access.
I mean, the fact that they have these extra access points, I mean, means the world of difference to me.
And you're wanting to move the surety trigger point to 31st house in phase 2?
No, they're asking for the 200th lot.
200th lot.
You've got redundant
Nobody's
access.
tracking well right
Yes.
now. You get the second access at, what was it, 70 or 30 or something? and the
31st
third
CO.
access
CO.
at 70, and then the surety on the other. You've got 3 accesses for 200 homes, and then for the 201st, I think you have to put the surety down.
Yes.
So, like you said before, we're talking about 25%. It can't go any further than that without that.
Well, here's the thing. This allows them, I mean, if they don't have the surety, if they don't have the coordination with CSX figured out by the 201st lot, they physically can't post a surety. So, and if they are posting a surety at that point, then that means there's a path forward. And they're not going to post a surety unless they feel very comfortable that they're going to get the crossing. I mean, them posting a surety at the 200th lot is assurance enough that it's going to get built. So, okay.
Agreed.
All right. I will make a motion to approve with staff's conditions, except I would like to amend condition 20 to state, hold on, let me read through it.
When it was the 18-foot.
18 feet, yeah.
Yes, so it's the 20 feet shall be completed prior to issuance of building permit for 31st lot. So keep that sentence, next sentence, or comma, however,
Excluding the CSX right-of-way.
excluding the CSX right away. Okay, so that's that's the first condition. Next, we'll go to condition number 22. We're going to amend it from, no residential lot shall be less than 50 foot wide. No more than 40% of the lots shall be less than 60, and at least 10% of the lots shall be at least 80 foot wide. A breakdown of the lots and their width shall be provided on the updated PMDP. Got that, Marianne? Next, we will go to item number 27. Layout as shown will require a revision to the current interlocal agreement with Sumner County prior to final PMDP approval. A new interlocal agreement will need to be executed if required.
Yes. FMDP.
See that?
Should we add if required by Sumner County?
Yeah, if required by Sumner County. I'm fine with that. If required by Sumner County. Add FMDP.
So,
But me stating in the, so layout as shown will require revision to the current interlocal agreement with Sumner County prior to final PMDP approval, which is, you have to submit that before you submit your FMDP anyways. Are y'all asking for it to be prior to FMDP? It's kind of 6 one way, half a dozen another. Okay. I'm okay with that because it really doesn't matter. Prior to FMDP approval, a new interlocal agreement will need to be executed with Sumner County if required. Next, we're going to go to item number 30. Condition 30, we will strike condition 30.
It's a standard thing we do.
Well, okay, let me go. Let me
It's your-
finish
it's
this.
your
Let me fin-
motion.
Let me
I'm
finish
sorry,
this,
I
and we'll go to
shouldn't
discussion.
have said
Let me
that.
finish this, and we'll go to discussion. And then, condition number 38, add a note, any development beyond the 200 CO shall be required to post surety for Meadows Boulevard construction from East Camp Creek Stream crossing to Highway 109 connection.
Repeat that last sentence. Or surety.
Require to post surety for Meadows Boulevard construction from East Camp Creek Stream crossing to Highway 109 connection.
Do you want that to be CO or permit?
Oh, prior to the 201st building permit. Yes, prior to the 201st building permit. Thanks, Brian. That's my motion.
Well, I'll second the motion so we can have a discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll kick
Okay.
off discussion. I agree with
Yes.
everything about your motion and all the points. I don't agree with reducing it to only 10% of them 80 feet wide. I thought Brian put in a good figure, 20% of them 80 feet wide, because he's allowing 40% of them to be less than 60 feet wide. So he's trying to come up with an average. I'm not about to vote against the whole motion just because I disagree with two minor points there. But I'm just telling you for discussion purposes, I felt like it should have stayed at 20%. And I don't understand why we're striking the 1,600-foot block length. That's been a standard that we've applied to so many other developments. Is that not part of our sub-reg codes?
Okay, so I mean, question for engineering, I mean, and staff, really. I mean, the way I interpret this code, this subdivision regulation code, it is in reference to monotony along a street. You don't, in this particular situation, you don't have that. It's around a curve, you're not going straight, and the homes are broken up with open space and amenity sections.
If I could just say, we're compliant of this everywhere else in the development, except that northwest corner. And the reason that we're not is we're avoiding wetlands and streams to come around that.
I mean, and sorry to cut you off, Drew, unless there's another way to reword this where what they have drawn is allowed. I mean, I think they very much meet the intent, yes.
I think on the,
And the block is broken up with some open space that comes in, so your sections of homes aren't that long.
Correct.
You do break it up that way, so, but it's tough because you can't plop in a street connection easily into that area. You're kind of restricted.
with the lot size, I think Ms. Patel said that she wanted to be able to meet that, just did not know based on the limitations created by the other circumstances.
The 20%? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she didn't know she could get to the 20%, and so she asked for a lower number in case she.
Which is why my initial motion was for 10%. I wasn't removing it.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't vote against this motion in a second, just based on those two. I was just expressing those two things that I would have worded differently.
I need further discussion on the block length. I mean, I'm okay with leaving the condition in there. However, I need wording that allows them to do what they're doing, because I believe what they're doing meets the
We
intent
call it
of the subdivision
granting them
record.
an exception for.
Read the literal code, it doesn't really give you that.
Yeah.
That's why we're asking for a waiver. And if you think about it, 5-10 years down the road, we've all had this conversation what the intent is, but someone else reviewing the plans, if we don't have the actual waiver, it could become an issue later. when we get to that phase, because it is the final phase.
Let me ask this for staff. Was this a variance request on their cover of their plans?
It is on the sheet.
List of requests.
So what would we normally do
So
if
you could, instead of taking out condition number 30, you could replace it with waiver granted for the northwest corner on the subdivision regulations section 4-102.4 block lengths.
I like that.
Yeah, I'd like that better
Like
than
that.
just striking it.
Okay. All right. Okay, I will amend my motion to state everything I said
I mean,
before.
like, whereas if there's breakup due to stream.
I think we just say waiver northwest corner.
Okay, but leave the other language?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to amend my motion, except amending condition 30 to keep the language, and after the first period, put a waiver is granted at the northwest portion of the project due to the incorporation of breaks between the homes. And then that revision needs a second, and we have to vote on that.
I'll second.
Okay, so John seconded it. So all those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. So now we have a motion that's been amended and seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Cool, passed.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
All right, item number 20. We are going to go, okay.
Yes, the owner applicant requests approval for an FMDP of the Station Camp Master Infrastructure Plan. It's located north of Highway 386, west of Big Station Camp Boulevard. It's 83 acres plus minus, and the property is zoned R10, PRD, MU, and PGC. Note this property does contain 76 single-family detached lots, 48 townhomes, 300 apartments, 178 senior living units, and some commercial lots. The request for the Station Camp infrastructure plan will include the public streets, the right-of-way dedications, and the greenway, which is on the northwest side of this development, which is neighboring the Wellington Apartments. Okay, get over here. The revised traffic study plan was accepted by engineering department. Up for discussion is the applicant is requesting the removal of the sidewalk requirement on Road E, which is connecting to the lower Station Camp Creek Road, which you see below. And they are so the public roads require 5-foot sidewalks and a 5-foot grass. So the applicant is requesting to remove that. On the very bottom southeast side. And there's also going to be a minor amendment to the change for clarification on condition number 5 regarding the floodplain to read no development within the floodplain on this property. Other than that, I believe Aaron with engineering will go in further with that.
Okay, Aaron?
So just a few minor things. We do have construction plans on this, so a lot of our more detailed comments would be handled under that review. As Kimberly mentioned, if you don't mind going to the conditions page, just for clarification, number 5 right now says no development on this property shall occur prior to a floodplain permit, and we are asking if that be amended to no development within the floodplain on this property shall occur prior to the issuance of floodplain development permit, but keep the rest of the language. So we just wanted to add that. that in. Traffic impact studies approved. They'll need to reflect a few changes from that approval, but that's all I've got.
Okay. There's no public comment on this. Is there a member from the applicant present?
Jason Morlock, former Lucas Engineering. Just procedurally, I wanted to ask that we have been told the variance for the sidewalk would be heard with the plat, which I'm fine to discuss it now. However you guys prefer. I'm fine to talk about it now.
So is this a condition of the master plan, or is this a condition of the plat, or both? Both,
Shows
okay.
on both, so.
Okay. And this is, refresh my memory, but this is, what are you asking to be removed? Is it sidewalk along the entirety of Lower Station Camp, or is it just a portion?
No, it's can we go back to the overall plan? Far southeastern corner, there's a road connection to Lower Station Camp Creek Road. That sidewalk would go down into floodplain to a road with no sidewalk. We have sidewalk continuously to serve the single-family portion, and we're also extending Greenway over to the schools that will go over through the signalized intersection to McCain Station. So I feel like we have good pedestrian connectivity, and that sidewalk really would not serve a purpose. We understand the subregs require it, and that's why we're here asking for that variance.
Where does the where does the Greenway end on Lower Station Camp?
It ends.
They're tying in?
Yeah, so I believe they're tying into Wellington Farms, which has kind of an arm from the Greenway Trail.
Okay. And then they have a shared use path through their development that goes up to Big Station Camp.
Along Road B up to Station Camp at the High Point Access and Provine Big Station.
But the Greenway was never supposed to extend further down Lower Station Camp to, I guess Lower Station Camp will tie into where Rogers Group is. That was never the intent, was it?
I'd have to look at the Sumner County Active Transportation Plan, where that is.
Okay. Did you have any other questions or?
No, we agree with every other condition. It was really just the one. We're good with condition 5 as it was read, as it would be amended.
I must be missing it. What condition is related to the sidewalk down to Lower Station Camp?
It's not, that's why I asked, it's not in this FMDP. It's a condition of the plat.
Okay.
That's why I asked before I went through it. But it does show on this plan. That's correct, right? I don't think it's a condition. I've read the conditions. Right.
Is that Public Road E?
What's that?
Is that Public Road E?
Of course, there's no sidewalk along Lower Station Camp Creek Road. It's all in floodplain and floodway. There's just really nothing down there but the road itself.
The road at grade?
Sorry?
Is the proposed road at grade? To the greatest
A little
extent
bit of fill,
possible?
but not a whole lot. There's a driveway in that southeast corner, and we're coming in at the same point as where that driveway is now. Road will definitely be over what would be a ADA grade. It probably will be closer to like 8 to 10% grade, just to get up out of the floodplain and get up to the grade of the road for the single family, because we have to get all that out of the floodplain.
Yeah. And all that's going to be factored into your flood study?
Maybe I can help expedite some things.
Yes.
So section 4-102.903 of the subreg says that any road sidewalks are required on, whether that's residential, mixed use, or commercial subdivision streets. Sidewalks have to be on both sides of the street. So with the plat, I think what they can do is they can add a note when they revise it. This body will have to vote on it, but it will be the same kind of a variance that you would grant for a public utility and drainage easement, a 10-foot PUD on a lot line. Now, just so you know, in that same section, 4-102.903, subsection 3E, it says that they can also do an alternative pedestrian plan if this body deems what that is. You have to define that, so, if that helps.
Okay, so I have one last question for staff. If this was a condition on the plat, why was it not a condition on the master plan?
I believe this was the first time I saw it come through for my review, so that's why it was added to the preliminary plat.
So I guess my next question is that if we approve the plat with the condition, do we then also have to add the condition to the FMDP?
So we're consistent.
I mean, for discussion with the commission, my opinion is to leave the condition.
Is to leave it off, you're saying?
No. Leave it on.
So I did find, I don't know if this was changed with the Sumner County Active Transportation Plan, but I did find the exhibit from the current major thoroughfare plan with proposed bike and ped projects. And it does show a greenway / multi-use path all the way down Lower Station.
Okay. That solidifies my decision. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Last question on the master plan. Aaron? Have we received, I know in the work session we were discussing the traffic plan, the traffic study. We received that final copy. Have they got our recommendations? Have they agreed to the recommendations?
Yeah, so the most recent one that we received, the last thing that we had some concerns about was the queuing coming out of the development at Provine.
Okay.
And they have added laneage in there. Basically, instead of a separate left, through, and right, it's a left, through, and right, and right.
Okay.
And they showed that satisfied the queue problem that we had.
Okay. And you're good with the traffic study at that point? Okay. All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve with all of staff's conditions, but adding a condition that states show sidewalks for public road E. And amend condition 5 to state no development
Within the floodplain.
within the floodplain shall occur prior to issuance of a floodplain development permit. And keep the rest.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Item number 21, I believe same.
Go back
Well,
to
we're
number
gonna-
4.
Item number 4.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
But you know what it is.
I'm scared Mr. Hamilton's not going to come back.
Fine, we got
This
this.
was a doozy of a first one, that's for sure.
It always is.
You didn't tell me to bring my sleeping bag when I came.
So the infrastructure of the plat is
Yes.
a continuation of the FMDP. Staff recommends approval with the conditions.
Okay. Member from the applicant.
We're good with everything.
Okay, thank you. Entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, seconded by Albert. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, my computer got so tired it just crashed. It said, sorry, an error has occurred and you're done for the night.
Sweet.
I'm not kidding, it crashed.
Okay, seeing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. We will go to item
I didn't touch it, it just got
number,
tired.
It's like, I'm good.
22, right?
21. Oh, okay, there's two.
Is that right?
Station Camp Apartments, amended preliminary master development plan and final master development plan.
Okay, yeah, the owner applicant is requesting an amendment to the preliminary master plan development and the final development plan for Station Camp. Planned for the apartments as located at Highway 386, west of Big Station Camp Boulevard. It's on 14 acres and it's zone MU, mixed use. The complex is 7 separate apartment buildings with a total of 300 units. The amenity building with a pool and a maintenance building, a pickleball court, and a dog park. I'll get over there for that. All right, the amendment includes a minor layout for the change of the buildings and with the traffic flow within the complex. It does not increase the density of the original request was 300, so it does not increase that. Additionally, the applicant seeks approval for an alternative architectural plans. The proposed architectural features a mixed facade of brick, stone, and fiber cement siding. The masonry percentage of the building ranges from 40 to 60%. So there are 2 requests for that. So the planning department recommends this as a minor amendment because they're not really changing the density, and recommends the approval, Resolution 2026-05. This is a public comment.
Thank you. Aaron, is there any additional feedback from engineering?
We'll see a construction plan review on this due to the size, so a lot of our technical review will be handled under that cover. As we addressed earlier, the traffic impact study is approved.
Okay, so TIS is approved. Okay. Is that it? Okay. This time we'll open up a public hearing for anyone wishing to speak on this item. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and hear from the applicant.
Good with everything on this one, too.
Awesome. Motion that this be a minor amendment.
I'll second that.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So it's a minor amendment. Any discussion or questions, comments to the developer, engineer on the plan?
Did the applicant say they're in agreement with all the
Yes.
conditions?
Yes. The only comment I'll make, I think it's a great looking product.
Is it, it is a good looking product. Does it meet the 70%?
No. But I think they've done a fantastic job at blending mixed materials.
It is. How far off is it? Do we know?
It's in the 50s.
Okay. Yeah, I think it looks good.
Entertain a motion. Motion to approve by Albert.
Second.
Second by Tanner. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We will go to item, I believe it's 22.
Yep.
Go to item number 22. This is Station Commons Preliminary Master Development Plan Renewal.
I'll be very brief so we can keep moving along here. This is a master development plan renewal for a plan that expired back in 2022 for Station Commons. Staff had minor comments on this. Everything is pretty much the same as it was back when the plan was approved back then. Sample architecture. Each individual lot will have to have its own master development plan and PMDP amendment when it comes back. This will go to City Council as outlined in the zoning ordinance. Staff recommends approval with 14 conditions.
Thank you. Engineering?
We had several comments on this. We'll be looking to get a traffic impact study for this. It's not required at the PMDP, but we would require it to be approved before the FMDP comes to you, or at least for the voting meeting. And this is part of the Big Station Camp TID. We'll be responsible for that.
Okay. Thank you. This time we'll open up public comment for those wishing to speak on this item. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and ask the applicant to come forward.
Good evening, Brad Snyder with CSDG. We've reviewed all the conditions. We've got no further comments.
Just out of curiosity, was there ever a traffic study submitted?
There was not.
Okay. Okay, cool. I don't have any other questions. This is very straightforward and nothing changed from the previous plan that we approved several years ago. They were just asking for renewal.
Make a motion.
Motion to approve?
Approved with 13 conditions? Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mike seconded. Any discussion? John, you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Passes. Thanks, Brad. Next, we have item number 23, Free Indeed Fellowship Church sign, alternative site plan, or sign plan. Brad.
The Free Indeed Fellowship is seeking an alternative sign plan. You can see their new sign here. They did make an effort from work session to make the digital just 50% of the sign. Unfortunately, the address bar does not count towards sign face. It's just a building marker. So the digital portion is 61% instead of 50. Here's the sign it would be replacing. We have some distances here from the sign to nearby residences. Code says a digital sign needs to be 250 feet away. You see around 150 here, 170, 150 here. So they're seeking an exception to the sign, digital sign face percentage and the distance to nearby residences. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a member present from the applicant?
Do not see my applicant here.
Okay.
There were so many people here before, I don't know if they were ever here.
Okay.
They might have gave up.
Quick question. What's the zoning across the street?
The zoning across the street, I believe, is R8.
Okay. But it's residential?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. My opinion is this is a beautification project for the corridor. Therefore, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? John?
I know we're getting tired and we're rushing through. At work study, we talked about the percentage that it was digital. Has it come into compliance, or is it still the same as it was at work study?
It is more compliant, but it is not completely compliant because of, they calculated the address bar in, and that would have made it 49% of the sign, but addresses do not count toward a sign face.
What's the threshold supposed to be for the digital part?
50%. It's at 61 right now.
No, I don't have any questions. It's an improvement.
Okay. Any other comments? So we have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes. We will go to item number 24, Lillian's Bright Start Academy site plan. Brad.
The owner and applicant request approval of a site plan for Lillian's Brightar Academy consisting of a 1,500 square foot building on 1.5 acres, a Zone CS Commercial Services District located at 225 Nichols Lane. They will be seeking alternative buffer yards on the front where they do have some vegetation there, down the sides where they have some sparse vegetation, but a chain link fence. We do need an ADA parking sign added to the site, and a sidewalk is required here as well. The planning department recommends approval with the following 6 conditions.
Okay,
And the applicant is here.
okay, engineering,
Nothing further to add other than sidewalk.
okay. Is there a member from the applicant present?
Alison Turner with Greenwood Design. I'm here with the applicant. Our only concern would be the sidewalk. It's a significant expense for this site. It's going to be at least a minimum of $10,000. And for Ms. High, that's a significant expense. She's trying to start a child care facility, which will target lower income kids. This isn't, this isn't some of the fancier child care that we've had. This fits a need that we have in the city desperately. And this extra $10,000 on this site is significant. Mitigating factors that we would like to propose is that it will not connect to the sidewalk at the racetrack, and Gallatin Department of Electricity has, they did a renovation on their site just up the road, and they did not add sidewalks to it on Nichols Lane. We'd asked for a little grace on this one. It's just that much added extra that for this site is problematic for the use that we're doing here. They're making improvements to the building in order to do childcare, but not necessarily. This is an existing site. It's been here for years, and I know that that's what we're trying to do is bring these sidewalks into compliance, but this has some mitigating circumstances that I'd like you to consider. And Ms. High's here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Comments, questions from the commission?
Question, when you said it wouldn't connect to racetrack, why is that? Did racetrack not take theirs to the property line?
There's a property in between there, which is, so there will not be a connection there until something occurs on that property.
Racetrack on that too.
No.
Oh, maybe they do.
I think
It's a
they
little
might.
confusing in there.
No, I remember that.
That's right.
That's the property that we had a lot of contention over.
Yes, over the trailers.
Yeah, and it's actually owned by the same property owner as the
This
one that
racetrack.
owns this property.
Yeah, it
It's
shows
this
up.
property.
They split the property.
Well,
When was the property split?
Sorry?
When was the property split?
That goes back to racetrack, and there's it's a little messy.
We believe the property owner went through the county and split it by deed instead of going through us and subdividing. It's an ongoing issue.
These are less than 5 acres? How did that happen?
Do it by deed with the county, and it doesn't, we didn't catch wind of it, so.
Wasn't it not in the city or something at before?
No, it's been in the city quite some time.
Did they just record a deed or did the county approve it?
You got to have more than 5 acres to do that.
This is part of the mystery. We're not sure exactly what's happened here.
Okay.
Regardless, they don't have a sidewalk. We have no way to force them to have a sidewalk. that in
But we will enforce that CS property that's sitting in between. We will enforce them to have a sidewalk when they come and do something with this property. And as
I
much as
think that's the issue, is it's like a gully or something, it's not developable, or,
No, I'm pretty sure they can do something with that piece. It's just what they were wanting to do with it prior that they were asking for approval for. They couldn't do it because they needed access to 109. And they couldn't get joint access from racetrack or the liquor store. I mean, this
And
is,
we warned them about that when they split the property.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is,
But that's a separate property from what we're talking about. Yeah. The property she has before us, I feel for them, it's a school, it's a great cause, but this is a situation where there's a sidewalk across the street, there's a sidewalk over here at Racetrack. We will make them put a sidewalk on that CS property that's intervening between the two.
but, and then the school doesn't own the property.
No, they do not.
So I mean, this is another, because we've dealt with this before. This is another issue where the proposed tenant in the space is asking for something that technically should be a joint effort between the tenant and the property owner. I mean, the property owner wants the tenant, but they have to go through the formal process of updating their site plan. I mean, the thing is that with the updated site plan, should there not have been additional measures asked for through landscape buffers,
As I mentioned, they're asking for alternative landscape buffers around the front and the sides.
Yeah.
There is as you can see, a substantial natural
yeah, of course,
rear.
of course. But I mean, my thing is that if we're now sitting here asking, and look, I get these site plans can be case by case, but at the end of the day, we're potentially granting variances that waive all requirements of the site plan process. I mean, we should also be granting a waiver. I know they're asking for an alternative for landscaping, but where's the landscaping on the plan?
this is also where I get so conflicted, because we know this likely is
Are those-
going to be the long-term use.
Are those new trees?
No.
Those are existing?
They just highlighted them to indicate that there are trees there.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, you've got all, like, what I'm saying is the actual landscape buffer that's required with site plan submittals is more extensive than that. And in my opinion.
I agree. They're asking for an alternative, and it's up to this body if they want to grant
Correct.
that or
But
not.
I guess what I'm saying is, if we're going to grant waivers, I don't think it's prudent for us to grant all the waivers. Because again, this goes back to, okay, this should be a discussion between the tenant and the property owner, not us to waive sidewalk that should theoretically be there. Obviously, we've made errors in the past, but us granting the waiver on the landscape, we just saved the property owner and the tenant more thousands of dollars than just the sidewalk. I mean, the landscape buffer alone would cost way more than the sidewalk.
What was the use of this before this applicant?
Construction sales and service, it was a roofing company, and prior to that, they sold little utility trailers.
It's how big a building?
Also not a
1,500, I think.
So is it the change of use that's triggering
Right.
this
Yes.
process?
I mean, the thing is that if it changes in the future, then they would have to come back through with another change of use site plan. And we would have to deal with it then.
I think at some point you are going to see a change of use, because that's a big piece of property with a small building. And I mean, I totally get what we're doing, but it also feels contrary to the needs of the moment, especially when it's relevant to income adjusted childcare.
Tanner, if we waived it and the site next door came online and we required them to tie to the sidewalk at Racetrack,
They'd be pissed. Well, there's a better way to say that. But they'd be,
but would that be allowed?
Could you make the sidewalk have to happen when the one next door does? Is there some way to?
Because it's saying,
Only by putting money into a sidewalk fund.
May I speak for just a minute?
yes, ma'am.
The property on both sides is vacant. It's the same owner's property. And I guarantee you, she is not going to develop and do anything in the future, far future, probably distant future. So by the time somebody actually develops those two properties on both sides, that sidewalk will weather any road and it would be gone anyway, just like the speaker said at the beginning of the meeting.
The lady behind you.
I'm sorry, okay. Okay, so it would be just useless, I think, to put it there. Could you state your name, please?
Ms.
Lillian,
High, you've already put some money into this building too, right?
Yes,
It is likely that those lots would all be developed together for something.
Agreed.
Tanner, is there not an avenue where the property owner should be placing a surety for the sidewalk that's not going to be improved at this point?
Yeah, what if we have them do that?
I mean, I don't think we can pick between the tenant and the landowner on who pays for that. I think that's got to be between them. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying is, can we just ask for a surety for that and let that be? I mean, we don't say
So
who, we just say.
that's a great question, because that's one of the questions that I had meant to ask earlier when we were going through the residential project is, we don't have a payment in lieu of, but we've got a surety, a site plan surety that's posted. And if
Of
they
this
decide,
property?
if they said, no, just in the general process we have for development is you are required to post a site surety that covers the public infrastructure you're putting into the plan. And if you don't decide to put it in, then your surety's held. Now, it still ties up money. Like, that surety is not just like free cash. It's a letter of credit, it's a cash bond,
It is.
Couldn't
but-
it turn around if she then sold that property to develop all three together? Couldn't that be a?
What
Well,
I
I mean,
heard
it
Tanner
does.
say, though, is that it's not the property owner that we can't make the property owner put up the surety. We're making a daycare, is that right? Put up a surety that they need for construction paper, not construction materials.
But I mean, in a sense, we're requiring the property owner to do it. If she's
Yeah, I mean, do we
acting on the property owner's
delineate in
behalf.
the project that we have do it and we don't care who it comes from? We don't care who does it, as long as it gets done or the surety gets there? I don't know.
And, I mean, maybe the property owner doesn't want to do it. I mean, there's that too. But I mean, theoretically, the application was on the property owner's behalf.
In theory, if something like this got approved and a different party came in to do the same use, they would then be responsible for building the sidewalk. We don't care who builds it. It's just part of the plan, and the plan goes with the land.
And we don't care who gives us the surety.
Nope.
Huh?
We don't care if it's the applicant or
Right, it's the project
property
that
owner who
requires
gives
it.
us the surety either, as long as we receive it.
So could we ask for a surety on it and not do the sidewalk and then it's transferable?
Yes.
It's still a discussion they're going to have.
At some point, the city would have to decide if we want to call the surety. If the planning commission doesn't extend that surety, then we would have to then decide to call it and build it ourselves. So either way, it's a
It
requirement.
would feel really silly for us to build a sidewalk.
And likely the applicant or whoever they may hire would probably be doing the work cheaper than the city could do it for.
Yes.
So it's probably more cost efficient
I know that
for the
somewhere
applicant to do it themselves.
we have done something where we have had the sidewalk not have to appear until the adjoining, I don't know the terms, but the sidewalk didn't have to happen until the adjoining pieces happened.
But, I mean,
I know
it would've-
we've done that somewhere.
The only way they would have been able to do that was through a bond or a surety. That the city has to hold
Manage.
and has to manage.
Did I understand the applicant say that the same property owner that owns this building owns the pieces of property both to the right and the left of it?
Yes.
We all know what's going to happen is wait until the right time to sell, and then this building's going to go away and all three properties are going to get developed, and at that time they'd have to put in sidewalks. But I still feel like we're giving a preferential treatment that somebody else can, if we don't make them do the sidewalk on this, somebody's going to say, well, why did you pick winners and losers? Why didn't
And
you?
then ultimately, at that point, the only person putting the sidewalk in is the city. Unless someone else unless a master plan agrees to putting it in.
Well, that's what's.
I understand this is only, I understand we're talking about 100 foot of sidewalk. I get it. But
There's another option, though, where this property doesn't get sold along with those other two, and then you have a gap in the sidewalk if you're only dealing with those two being developed, and this one, we didn't require it.
which is the dilemma we're in.
Very unlikely.
Very, but I'll entertain a motion. We've got 6 conditions. They gotta change the name. They gotta install ADA parking sign. Condition 3 is the sidewalk.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I make a motion that we approve with all 6 conditions.
I will second. For discussion. If there is any more.
Does that eliminate the possibility of her getting a surety instead? Like we're actually making her build the sidewalk?
No, I mean, so here's what's gonna happen, Tanner. See condition 5, a site surety in the form of
Yep,
cash,
yep.
certified check, or a revocable letter of credit shall be submitted to the planning department prior to issuance of a building permit. That site surety would include the cost of putting the sidewalk in.
Okay.
And if they didn't want to put the sidewalk in, then what happens at the tail end of the project is when they go to, I guess, request a reduction in their surety for the stuff that has been installed, what would remain is the cost to put the sidewalk in.
Got it.
And probably some additional funds.
Okay. So she doesn't have to build the sidewalk now, even though the condition says a 6-foot sidewalk.
Yeah, because what allows her to get her building permit and to open business is the surety being in place. Now, that surety has to be renewed.
As items get executed, but it wouldn't hold up her CO.
No, because the surety would be in place.
Okay.
But again, this is a discussion that they're gonna have to have with the property owner, because it's either gonna be them putting the letter of credit up or / a joint effort. Someone has to put surety up.
I'm good with that.
Any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Thank you. Item 25. The Hudson, Habitat for Humanity Examiner Court Final Master Development Plan. Who's the planner on this one?
I'm sorry, Chairman. We're coming up on hour 6, so I've got to take a break.
Okay. Jim, 1 second. Do we still have a quorum? We're going to keep going. Move forward.
Appreciate it. Definitely past my bedtime. The owner applicant requests approval of a final master development plan for the Hudson, formerly known as Habitat for Humanity Examiner Court, on 0.66 acres zoned MRO, multiple residential office zone district, located south to a Poplar Drive and west of Sumner Hall. The FMDP is substantially consistent with the PMDP for this project. Very similar architecture, very similar plans. The main thing that staff wants to remind the applicant of is that since this will be at HPR, we'll need that documentation when the plat comes in for this. And staff recommends approval of resolution number 2026-028 with 26 conditions.
Okay. Is there engineering, anything?
So we won't have an ECP on this, so a lot of our comments are stormwater related to drainage and grading and things of that nature. That's why there's more comments on this, because we won't have an ECP.
Okay, that makes sense. Is there a member from the applicant present? I think she's out there talking to the previous applicant.
We agree with all staff comments. We're here to answer any questions.
Okay. I mean, this seems very straightforward. I think we discussed everything at work session, so I don't necessarily have anything. Anyone else?
Make a motion.
You've waited a long time. I respect it.
Staff just shoved me up here.
I'll make a motion to approve with all 26 conditions. We went through this at the planning session.
Yeah, motion to approve. Who's seconded by Albert? Any other discussion? Yes, ma'am.
We may have an alternative on our fire access, just to let you know.
Okay.
I don't know if that changes anything with you, but we may flip the parking to the other side and have a fire aisle against the buildings. I don't know if we would have to come back for that, but that would be working through fire marshal to determine where we need to go with that. So we're just trying to satisfy them. We're working with them to make sure that happens.
Is that just because of not having obstructions between the fire access and the actual building itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it really doesn't change the intent of the project at all.
Okay, cool.
This is to avoid trying to do sprinkler systems in these
Yeah.
individual houses.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Jim, what was that?
Nothing.
Okay. You agree to all staff comments? Okay. All right, we have a motion of approval and a second. Seeing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. All right, last item.
Yay, I'll make it quick. Okay, the owner applicant requests approval for FMDP for the Twin Eagles Phase 15B, Section 4 and 5. It's located north of Highway 25, east of Douglas Lane. 39 single-family residential lots. It's on 13 acres. It's zoned MU, mixed-use development. There are minor corrections to the plat, the FMDP, but it is consistent with the FMDP. So Planning Commission, Planning Department recommends approval of Resolution 2026-029 with 22 conditions.
Okay. Engineering.
We will have an ECP on this. Some of the technical details will be in that. And then we are having the same condition of approval regarding the Dottie Drive surety that we've been on the other phases.
We've repeated over and over. Okay. Okay. Is there a member present from the applicant?
Allison Turner with Greenwood Design, starting to get hoarse. We agree with staff conditions and happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Entertain a motion. Motion by Albert.
Conditions.
With all conditions.
Second.
Second. Only discussion I'll add is we've discussed this countless times about the surety, so I think we've got it figured out, and all that's going to be dependent on plat approval and recording. So for that, I don't have any other comments or questions. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Thank you. Okay, other business or announcements?
I have an announcement. Mayor, do you remember 1974 when it snowed in Sumner County and we were out of school for like 31 days straight? And then we had to go in summer to make up for it. I really hope it never snows out another planning commission meeting, ever.
This is worse than on those Saturdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to
Thank y'all.
adjourn.
Right, wait.
Thank y'all for y'all's patience.
This is the meeting where we say goodbye to Mike, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so just want to give a huge thank you to Mike for the time that he's given us for the past couple of years on the Planning Commission. Tonight's his last night. Definitely went out with a doozy.
Same time Tanner came in with.
That's right.
Also appreciate Tanner being here and sticking through the last 6 hours and 14 minutes.
Oh my
with us.
gosh.
Yeah.
It's not normal.
Counting.
Who's counting, right?
We have, in my year, have you ever had one this long, Mr. Freer?
The first one was like 6 hours. Very first meeting, 2004.
Anyway,
It's rare.
very, very much appreciate everybody and their patience tonight. I know we're all tired. Just want to also remind everybody, and we have maybe just a couple days left to be able to do this, but if you're interested and want to attend the TAPA conference, it's March 5th and 6th. You can email me or Suzanne. Tanner, that goes for you too. TAPA is in Paris Landing this year. It's half day on Thursday and then a full day on Friday, pretty much. You can do one or both days, so just please email me. Like I said, we only have a couple short days left before the registration ends. So, with that, that's all the business we have. And
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys juggled a whole lot over the last couple of weeks, so thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.